Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for waking up with us on this Wednesday, February 15th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. I've been excited for today's forecast.
Yeah, temperature's definitely going to be warmer, Meg. We saw 61 yesterday. Wow. We're going to see mid to upper 60s for this afternoon. Wind is going to come with that, however, as we get later into the day. And right now, everything looking nice and dry and pretty calm over there as we look out over Baltimore City. Some clouds are kind of rolling in. We will track a few morning showers over the next couple of hours that could impact your morning commute. But yeah, warm and breezy for the afternoon, and then more rain on the way for us for tomorrow. You can see on our HD radar just a few showers working in to western Maryland right now. These are going to be crossing over the Baltimore region, I'd say, within the next hour and a half or so. So a little bit later this morning, tracking just a few of those showers. Temps right now, mainly in the mid to upper 40s. So mild conditions, just a light jacket is all you'll need. And we'll see that morning commute with those numbers staying in the 40s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 4:31. A boil water advisory is now in place for the area affected by the water main break in northern Baltimore County, and that includes Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, and Sparks. DPW sent out a tweet saying that there is no known contamination, but as a precaution, it wants people to bring water to a full boil for at least a minute once service resumes. Stay with us. At 5:30, Shannon Lilly will be heading out to Baltimore County with the very latest on the advisory and help for people in that area. Turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore police are investigating 4 shootings. The most recent victim is a 13-year-old found wounded along Webb Court. This marks at least 16 juveniles shot this year. Less than an hour before that, someone shot and killed an 18-year-old on North Avenue right near Bel Air Road. And in Pigtown, someone shot a 21-year-old man in the head along Washington Boulevard. Police are also looking into a shooting along Rayshire Avenue in South Baltimore. We do not have video from that scene, but police tell Fox 45 News a 44-year-old is expected to survive. So far, no suspect information in any of these shootings. If you have any information in regards, you are asked to call police. You can remain anonymous by contacting Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is right there on your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After being at risk of losing its charter, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending Boys Collegiate stay open with some conditions.
I will tell you that there was a palpable difference, and staff agreed, in the climate of a school that, frankly, a year and a half ago was in complete disarray. And that was not what I found when I walked in, unannounced, by the way. We will actually have a high-performing school for young men in Baltimore.
Well, the Board of Commissioners will have the final say whether to accept Dr. Santelises' recommendation or not. They will vote on February 23rd. Fox 45 News spoke with former City Councilman Carl Stokes, who also ran a charter school that was shut down several years ago. He believes that Baltimore Collegiate, like his former school, is the target of politics.
Yeah, I found it was very political. The CEO told me that she was closing the school for personal reasons, political reasons, as a matter of fact. And I think that's the same thing going on here.
The charter school will have 4 minutes to defend itself tomorrow before a final ruling is made a week later. Fox 45 News is also pressing Mayor Brandon Scott about underperforming schools in Baltimore. At 23 city schools, 0 students tested proficient in math. That is 2,000 kids not up to grade level. Mackenzie Frost asked the mayor about what needs to change.
How do you defend those results, and do you believe that there should be a change in leadership at city schools?
Well, I think a couple of things on that, Mackenzie. The reality is, despite you guys' inability to say it, that city schools, like school districts across these United States of America, have been experiencing decreases in math results between 2019 and 2022.
Mayor Scott went on to say the test results were predictable and said that city school leaders have already done a lot of work. Fox 45 News also asked if the mayor thinks those schools should be shut down. We haven't yet heard back. Our Project Baltimore team has done extensive reporting on the issues plaguing city schools. You can see all of their stories at FOX45.com. An update this morning. The president of Baltimore County's police union says the detective injured in last week's manhunt for David Linthicum is now improving. The union president telling Fox 45 News that doctors have removed Detective Jonathan Chee's breathing tube and he is now able to talk. Linthicum is accused of shooting Detective Chee and another police officer. Linthicum waived his bail review and a preliminary hearing is set for next month. The two people accused of plotting to attack local power grids have been indicted. Sarah Clendaniel from Catonsville and Brandon Russell from Orlando, Florida, are charged with conspiracy to destroy an energy facility. Investigators say the two were planning to destroy multiple electrical substations, including some in the Baltimore area, hoping to cause widespread power outages. If convicted, each face up to 20 years in prison. 436 in now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County police are hoping to identify this person right here as part of the investigation into the body of a woman found near Lansdowne Middle School 2 weeks ago. She had been identified as Audra Pineda. This morning, police want to at least talk to the person that you see here. We have shared this picture on foxbaltimore.com so that you can get a better look. Still ahead on the early edition, a major push from Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to crack down on gun crime in Baltimore, the hurdles the bill still faces. Plus, we've got a warm day ahead with temperatures nearing the 70s. Can you believe that? Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long this spring-like weather will be sticking around. It is 4:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:39 is your time right now on your Weather Authority forecast. We are tracking a few showers moving into western Maryland over the next couple of hours. We'll see those right along the 95 corridor. Just a couple of light showers, nothing that you'll have to really worry about too much especially if you're up later this morning. Right now, temperatures in the mid to upper 40s up and down central Maryland. Mr. Bo says we are good to go here. Temps will stay in the 40s for the next few hours.
All right, Justin, thank you. A new discovery on the Eastern Shore is helping tell the story of Harriet Tubman. 2 years ago, archaeologists found the home of Tubman's father, Ben Ross. Now they have found artifacts putting a face on those enslaved at surrounding farms in Dorchester County. Pieces of pottery, a button, some nails, all examples of the creativity shown by people trying to make it through unspeakable circumstances. Governor Wes Moore took a tour of the area yesterday, saying he is moved by seeing and touching these items.
It's overwhelming. It's this constant reminder of where we come from, and I think it's also there's a beauty in our journey, but also I think there's a reminder of our impermanence.
Well, we are continuing to honor Black History Month with our Champions of Courage series. Our second installment is coming up in our 5 o'clock hour.
A new report on our mental health. I'm Liz Bonus. One simple step that we all could take to help someone we love. It is just ahead.
Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby seeing 2 ethics violations. Why one board member says this is a win for ethics in the city. Meantime, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Lawmakers demanding answers after flying objects are shot down over North American airspace. Where's the White House? Our Washington insider joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. is 4:44. In your health headlines this morning, healthcare providers are reaching out today in the aftermath of a new survey with some alarming trends about teens and mental health. Medical reporter Liz Bonas shares why telling your primary care doctor may be an important next step.
Hey there, everybody. This new report on the state of our mental health raising questions, serious questions about adolescent girls.
I feel like more teens are going through it now, and are struggling.
Claire, who's in the 9th grade here at Ohio's St. Ursula Academy, is right. More teens are struggling with mental health concerns, especially since the start of the pandemic. The CDC just released its first youth risk behavior survey. It looks at trends since the fall of 2021. Girls fared far worse than boys. 6 in 10 girls felt persistently sad or lonely. That's nearly double the rate of teen boys. Nearly 1 in 3 girls gave serious thought to attempting suicide.
I mainly just talked to my mom about it, and then I slept it off.
Parental support is critical for teens, but with counseling appointments often booked weeks out, Dr. Denise Warwick of Ohio's Tri-Health told me every parent or teen needs to know it is okay to tell or talk to your primary care doctor.
Parenting is a struggle. It's tough some days, and so sometimes we have to prepare parents with tools about how to manage, challenges in parenting life.
Dr. Warwick says we often think of the doctor as taking care of your physical health, especially when kids are little. But at any age and any stage, your child's family doctor can start an important healing conversation.
I think everyone goes through a little bit of something. I don't think I've had it bad, but I know being a high school junior especially is really stressful.
Or even a medication to stop a student from going toward a decline that leads to serious consideration of suicide. Now, just so you know, if you're worried about someone who says they do want to take their own life, it is suggested you ask them, do you have a plan? Sometimes care providers say you need to know the next steps to interrupt that plan. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Here's a look at today's headlines. Baltimore's Ethics Board will meet to discuss sanctions against City Council President Nick Mosby and his legal defense fund issues. Olivia Dance will have more on what we could hear today. That's coming up in our 5 o'clock hour. Devin Wilson will be in court. He is the 18-year-old accused of shooting his 8-year-old brother with a gun that he allegedly traded with a puppy. And Governor Wes Moore set to talk about mental health in Maryland with an appearance at the Graduate Hotel in Annapolis. Now we want to get a check on what we can expect outside today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Talking about temperatures well above average again today. Those lower 60s we had yesterday were nice. We're going to see a little bit of that cloud cover hanging around this morning and possibly even a few showers that we'll be tracking over the next couple of hours. But after that, we're going to see the wind pick up and then those much warmer temperatures will be rolling in. Looking out over the city right now, obviously everything nice and dark at this time, but temperatures are warmer than yesterday. Officially 47 at BWI. Southeast wind about 6 to 10 miles an hour. That wind is really going to kick up from the south later this afternoon. Here's a look at our HD radar. Just a couple of light showers around Cumberland. Rain showers at that. We pull back a little bit farther and you can see some of those showers extend down kind of the backside of the Appalachian. So they're going to be coming in as we head into the next few hours. And I'll show you that in our future scan in just a moment. This is basically that cold front that is just to the west of us. That was what we're going to see the warmer air out ahead of that as we head into the day today. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine. The sun comes up before 7 o'clock right now today, and then our sunset tonight at 5:44. And checking our temperatures, the average at this time of year, mid 40s. Most of us will be about 20 degrees warmer than average. We're talking mid 60s in Westminster, Eldersburg, over to Reisterstown, Cockeysville at 65, 64 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, Dundalk even in those mid 60s, even some upper 60s for you in Elk Ridge down through Laurel and Odenton, 66 Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and mid 60s for you in the capital. And look at at these numbers, too. Even some lower 70s for western Maryland and down into Richmond and Roanoke. You can see those warmer conditions across most of the mid-Atlantic for the day today. And here's why. Our future scan showing us about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. A couple of light showers rolling through. All of those red lines right there. That's that warmer air coming in ahead of that cold front to the west of us. Now, as we get into tomorrow, that's going to transition to more of a warm front. So we're tapping into all of that warmer air to the south, and this is what's going to help to bring up those temperatures. You get the southerly wind. We talk about that southerly flow, and that is why we're seeing those numbers rise. Now, this is tomorrow morning about 11 o'clock. Some of those showers could be heavy at times, off and on rain showers through that 2 and 3 o'clock hour on Thursday afternoon. As that strong cold front passes through early Friday, we'll have some leftover showers to deal with, and temperatures are going to fall dramatically into Friday afternoon. So we're going to see our high temperatures come Friday morning, but our afternoon temperatures will only be in the upper 40s on Friday afternoon. Now, we're going to wake up in the 20s on Saturday morning, so hello February. It's still hanging around. We're back to the upper 40s Saturday afternoon, but dry. And then Sunday and Monday, as we head toward President's Day, we get those numbers right back up there. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looks good. Let's take a look at the roads. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here, and looking pretty good out there as well. Pretty quiet. Got some traffic building, but no issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit, see if that's the same case there. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 505 on the Penn line and Penn train 403, both operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link on-time service in both directions, and Metro Subway Link showing no delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Social media platforms meant to help people connect, now being blamed for tearing them apart. I'm Christine Frizzell on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers say they are now ready to act.
Plus, an effort to crack down on gun crime, seeing some support from state leaders. The next steps for a bill proposed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines here this morning, social media use is being called an epidemic, part of a mental health crisis that's out of control, especially among young people in America. As Congress focuses on the impact of social media on kids, some parents are calling on them to do more. National correspondent Christine Frizzell reports.
The spotlight on social media, too late for the family of Adriana Kutch, seen here in this TikTok video being approached and later attacked in the hallway of her high school. Its posting on TikTok is what her parents say prompted her to then take her own life. The mother of an Oregon teen who died by suicide in 2020 said she had no idea about the cyberbullying he'd endured.
After his death, we discovered that Carson had received nearly 100 negative, harassing, sexually explicit, and humiliating messages.
Experts blaming the big tech business model, platforms designed to keep users engaged as long as possible, which translates to more data collected, more targeted ads pushed out, and more money brought in. And it's a strategy that appears to be working. A recent study showing a rapid rise in total screen use in 2021, reaching 5.5 hours a day for 8 to 12-year-olds and 8.5 hours a day for those 13 to 18 years old.
We have to do something, and the sooner the better.
That sentiment from both Democrats and Republicans following the release of a brand new survey from the CDC showing persistent levels of sadness and suicidal thoughts, especially among teenage girls.
The parallel between social engagement and these mental health crisis that we see with our young people is just impossible to deny.
Congressman Chris Stewart proposing an outright ban of social media sites like Facebook and Instagram for all kids under 16 years old.
Republicans traditionally want the government out of their lives, want the government out of their business. Don't you think you're going to get some pushback from people who say this should be up to parents?
No, and I accept that. We allow other boundaries. The government has said you can't drive when you're 12. The government says you can't buy alcohol until you're an adult.
An idea once considered extreme, now becoming more mainstream at a time the devastating impacts of social media are also taking hold. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Thank you, Christine. And that brings us to our national question of the day. Do you think the federal government should implement an age minimum for social media? So far, 67% say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. In other headlines, lawmakers are urging President Joe Biden to address the nation after 3 unidentified objects were shot down over the weekend. Senators met with Pentagon officials yesterday for a classified briefing on the shoot-downs. Some voicing concern from their constituents, asking the Biden administration to keep the public informed. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre emphasizing that the president is taking the matter seriously and is briefed regularly by his national security advisors.
We are sharing as much information as we can, as possible, but we do want to make sure that the American people understand that there's no need to panic.
The briefing was helpful today. Again, I'm not unnerved by anything. I'm confident this wasn't an attack on the country. And I think it probably served the country well to have the president explain what's going on.
Well, Jean-Pierre says that she does not have any potential remarks from the president to preview. The White House says the 3 unidentified objects likely had a benign purpose. They note the objects are different from the suspected Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina earlier this month. American satisfaction with U.S. immigration has dropped significantly in the last year. Gallup is assessing that Americans on the subject every January. They look into this. This year, satisfaction with U.S. immigration was at 28%. That is a 6-point drop from last year. Democrats appear to feel more positively about the status of immigration than Republicans. Gallup contributes much of the change to the ongoing crisis at the southern border.
State's Attorney Ivan Bates is pushing a bill to crack down on gun crime in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the hurdles that the bill still faces.
Our temperatures are mild this morning, and we're going to warm up this afternoon. Wind picking up as well. We'll talk about that and our next chance for rain. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers. Bright and cheery today.
Pitchers and catchers.
Yeah.
I like the orange.
It's Wear Orange Wednesday. I know it's not the season yet, but I'm excited for that.
Yeah, we can
Sarasota,
tell.
Florida. That's where they're going to be. By the way, we're taking a look at numbers that are spring-like today.
When are you throwing out a first pitch?
We got to work on that. Yeah.
Work on
hey, come on, Owens. Let me know. I love I love the Orioles. I'd love to throw out the first pitch, even if it's for like an exhibition game. I don't care. All right. Our live cam in Towson. Good morning to you. Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Everything looking good at this time. Sun obviously coming up in a couple of hours from right now. This is a look at our HD radar. Now, a few light showers being picked up there in western Maryland. Overall, not going to really see much in the way of rain. Some of this may not even get to the ground by the time it hits the 95 corridor. So overall, our temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 40s. Kind of mild right now. Just a light jacket is all you will need. Won't need that jacket today. Warm and breezy for the afternoon. And then more rain is on the way for tomorrow. So overall, next couple of hours in your morning drive, again, a couple of sprinkles here and there. That 7, 8 o'clock hour possible with temps staying in the 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few. How are we looking on the roads early, Tom?
Not bad at all. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. In some of the area cameras that we have for you pulled up here, that one's still messed up on the top left, but everybody else move along just fine. Happening today, Baltimore's new top prosecutor, Ivan Bates, hoping to enforce tougher penalties for some gun offenses through a new bill.
That's right. Olivia Dance is joining us now with a closer look at the next steps for this bill. Olivia.
Yeah, so the next steps are that at 1 today, Bates' bill will be heard by the Maryland House of Delegates. Now, his bill would increase the maximum sentence for misdemeanor illegal handgun violations to 5 years. But even before today's hearing, state leaders were jumping on board with his plan.
And as one of the public safety officers for the city of Baltimore, if he stated that this is one of the things to add to his toolbox to be able to keep the citizens, my neighbors, my friends, my family members in the city of Baltimore safe, then we're going to help him in his agenda.
I think that the proposed legislation is good and smart, and I plan on working with not just Ivan Bates, but then also the legislature as the bill makes it to my desk. A lot of the components that I see within the bill, I think are smart and good, and it's a bill that I'm going to sign.
Now, for some more background, under the current law, the maximum penalty for misdemeanor handgun violations from anyone between 18 and 20 years old is 5 years. The maximum penalty for people 21 and older is 3 years. Now, current law only requires anyone convicted to serve 25% of a misdemeanor sentence, and 25% of a 3-year sentence is less than a year. But even though the bill is gaining support, some lawmakers are still questioning it, including Baltimore Senator Jill Carter. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's hearing to see what happens next. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, the hearing today comes after a particularly violent day in Baltimore City. 4 separate shootings. You see the map right here. 3 included younger people. Most recent victim, 13-year-old, found wounded along Webb Court. This marks at least 16 juveniles who were shot this year. Then less than an hour before that, someone shot and killed an 18-year-old on North Avenue right near Bel Air Road. And then in Pigtown, someone shot a 21-year-old man in his head along Washington Boulevard. Police are also looking into a shooting along Rayshire Avenue in South Baltimore. We do not have video from that scene, but police tell Fox 45 News a 44-year-old is expected to survive. So far, no suspect information is in any of these shootings. Now, if you do have any information about one of these shootings or any of these shootings, you're asked to call police. You can remain anonymous by contacting Metro Crime Stoppers. That number is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP or just 866-7-LOCK-UP.
This was a win for ethics in the city.
Continuing coverage this morning, happening today. The Board of Ethics is expected to meet to determine the sanctions against Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby.
Now, it comes after a judge found Mosby did violate ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund that's in his name. The judge ultimately upholding 2 out of the 3 ethics violations. We can expect the board to meet today to determine sanctions against Mosby. And Chairman Steve Fogelman says they are considering their options. This comes 2 days after a judge ruled that when it comes to ethics, Mosby crossed the line.
Right now, Nick Mosby's wife, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, is waiting for her federal trial. She was indicted on 4 federal charges more than a year ago. Weeks ago, the judge in the case allowed Mosby's entire defense team to withdraw from the case. Public defender James Wida is now defending her, and her trial has been delayed a third time because of it. During a status conference on Friday, it was revealed that the trial likely won't happen until September or October. Later tonight, the city of East Palestine, Ohio, is hosting a town hall to try to provide answers regarding the recent train derailment.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with the current situation. Megan?
Yeah, here's what we know right now, guys. Waterways along the Ohio River, we're told, are still contaminated with the hazardous chemicals, but officials are stressing they are contained and not impacting local water supply. Some residents, however, still feel uneasy.
One of the bigger ones that were lost was the petroleum lube oil. Each tanker carries about 30,000 gallons of that, and there's 2 tankers unaccounted for. So that's almost 60,000 gallons of that petroleum lube oil that spilled out into our local soils.
Well, according to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, contaminated waterways have led to the deaths of almost 3,500 fish. But as of right now, there is no evidence that any animals on land have been impacted. The NTSB also conducting a safety investigation right now to determine what might have caused the derailment. Meantime, the rail's operator, Norfolk Southern, creating a $1 million fund to help the community clean up and continue air quality inspection. Again, that town hall, you can see it right here. It's going to happen tonight at 7 o'clock. We're going to keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center.
Very gratified that the CEO is willing to take that chance on us.
The fate of a Baltimore charter school is safe, at least for now, why one city council member says charter schools are the targets of politics.
Plus, major car models are seeing upgrades this morning. What we're learning about a spike in theft stemming from simple USB connections.
Temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 40s, so mild this morning, but we are going to warm up this afternoon. Some mid to upper 60s is what we're talking about for your Wednesday. Back with your forecast after the break. Time right now is 5:09. Your Weather Authority forecast. Temperatures overall not too bad right now. You can see statewide mid to upper 40s, even some lower 50s as those clouds have rolled in and the mild temperatures are here as well. Over the next 12 hours, all those temperatures are going to do are go up essentially. We'll be in those mid to upper 50s through midday and mid to upper 60s as we head toward the afternoon. Some areas 20 to even 25 degrees above average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast talking about the rain that's coming in. That's in just a few.
5:09, Hyundai and Kia are updating software to dozens of models that can be stolen with a simple USB connection.
Now, we've reported on this TikTok challenge for months. Police have put out alerts about this challenge that leads to vehicle thefts. The software upgrades will be released in phases. Hyundai says it will send out stickers for owners to put on their window to alert would-be thieves that their car security has been upgraded.
I know that she has the belief that she knew we took some really hard moves to get us here.
City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises recommends Boys Collegiate stays open. What comes next for that school?
After the break, part 2 of our Champions of Courage series, why one man is using martial arts to build lifelong bonds within his community. 5:10 is the time, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.513 now. During the month of February, we are celebrating Black history by saluting champions of courage in our neighborhoods.
And this morning, we're highlighting the story of a man who for 5 decades has been building up our community through karate. But the lessons that he teaches his students go far beyond the sport. Olivia Dance reports.
Shotokan is a form of karate made up of 5 principles.
Seek perfection of character, be faithful, endeavor, respect others, and refrain from violent behavior.
Several days a week, both children and adults go to the Shotokan Karate Club of Maryland.
I had to practice each technique carefully. That's how I got the green belt.
The students practicing hard to perfect each principle and to earn their belts.
You can do anything that you want. You have to put your mind and focus on it.
Their teacher, Sensei Najib Baha Amin, taught directly by the world-renowned Mr. Okazaki.
I started going to Philadelphia to train with him. Of course, I was learning more, and the more I learned, the more I could pass on to my students.
And then, in the early 60s, Sensei Amin opened a nonprofit, the Shotokan Karate Club of Maryland.
I just hope I can continue to do this for many more years. At least I'm 90 years old now, so I don't expect to be here forever. But someone asked me when I was going to retire, and I told them they take us out feet first. We don't retire.
Well, this move is called chokazuki, also known as a straight punch. But what they do here at the club goes way beyond just karate.
You learn and build your character, and you learn the discipline inside your day-to-day life.
Parents from all over bring their children here to learn from Sensei Amin.
Before I went here, I used to act over everything and act like a baby. But here it gets me disciplined, and I learn how to self-control myself.
Hundreds of students and decades later, with each move, he's changing lives for the better.
Trying to get equality for people, regardless of race, color, or creed. And that's one of the things that we stress here. And as you can see, we have children from all walks of life here. So this is a common bond that brings us all together.
The impact spans across generations.
Having his wisdom is a great gift for me.
As Sensei Amin's son is now an instructor at the club.
We have kids who come here as school students, go away, get married, come back, like, oh my goodness. They come back all the time, just to have a conversation to explain to him how much he's meant to their own development and success.
The life lessons that Sensei Amin instills in so many in our community.
Wherever you go at Maryland, you will find it. So he is a real, true champion.
Is what makes him a champion of courage.
You know how to kick correctly.
Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
That's pretty awesome. All this month, Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch the Champions of Courage special right here on Fox 45 on Sunday, February 26th at 11:30 a.m. You can also catch it later that day on MyTV Baltimore at 2 p.m. or Saturday evening, February 25th on the CW Baltimore.
Well, 5:16 is the time, so of course we want to get another check with your weather.
That's right. A beautiful day in store, nice and warm and toasty. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
The hair. That's the only thing we got to worry about today.
Oh, windy?
Yeah, because it's going to be pretty windy. It's going to be blowing around. But yeah, guys, I mean, talk about temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Some of us could be hitting that 70-degree mark in February. Yeah, there we go. Looking out over both the stadiums lit up here this morning and looking nice over our downtown Baltimore camera. We do have some cloud cover out there right now. That's allowed our temperatures to be kind of on the milder side. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. We always have those posted. Even the bottom of your screen has some forecast info for your cities and your neighborhoods. So here's a look at our HD radar. It's not much, but just a couple of light showers are moving into western Maryland at this time. And some of these might not even hold together as it gets to the 95 corridor. This is a weak cold front that is just to the west of us. So out ahead of that, a little bit of shower action is all we're seeing at this time. So really no need for the kids to head to the bus stop with the umbrella, but don't be surprised if you get a sprinkle or two as you get them out in that 7 o'clock hour with temperatures in the mid 40s. We're to 60 by noontime and recess. Peel back those layers today, mid to upper 60s with a warm afternoon for all of us. And yeah, I would definitely get that grill fired up later this afternoon. This is grilling weather, y'all. We're talking about 60s in that 5 o'clock hour, even hanging on into those lower 60s through about 7 p.m. I got some chicken marinating at home right now. We're throwing that on the grill when I get home today. Mid to upper 60s as we head toward the afternoon. These are going to be your high temps, nowhere near the typical numbers we see this time of year. Now, the record high for the day is 77, so that number is safe today. But look at some of these 70s around Nashville, Memphis, down through New Orleans, 78 in Dallas today. You go just to the west of that and to the north, and you've got temperatures in the 30s and 20s in Denver. So that sharp contrast in temperatures is why we have that threat for severe weather later this afternoon. This is the storm outlook here from the Storm Prediction Center. That area in orange is an enhanced risk, or a 3 on a scale of 1 to 5. That includes Memphis and parts of the Mississippi River Valley. Valley, back through parts of Arkansas, and even into areas in northern Louisiana. That extends back toward Dallas with that slight risk as well. That same storm system is going to be moving in our direction on Thursday, and by Friday, we'll see some of the rain showers here as well, not tracking the severe weather for us. Our future scan looking like this. Again, a couple of stray showers possible later this morning, but the wind is going to pick up. Clouds clear out of here later this afternoon, and we'll have more of a spring-like day. Tomorrow, we have more of what we call a warm front. That's going to be all of that warmer air that's going to help to fire some of those severe storms to the west of us. By about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, a couple of scattered showers around, and then we'll keep those showers going into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for your Thursday afternoon. Bit of a break late tomorrow evening, but then as we head into Thursday night, Friday morning, we're going to see another round of those showers. That's as that cold front comes through. Temperatures will fall throughout the day, so we'll get our highs on Friday morning. Friday afternoon is when it's going to be colder, and we'll keep those cold temps into Saturday as well. It is President's Weekend. President's Day coming up on Monday, so just 5 days away from right now. We spring forward with our time change in just 25 days. 50 days until opening day at Camden Yards. And I got the orange on because pitchers and catchers, they're down there reporting Sarasota this afternoon. All right, so here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Again, we're going to stay dry for President's Weekend, so really no issues. Sunday actually looks pretty good with mid-50s, a little more cloud cover, but we're right back to 61 on President's Day, Monday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And taking a live look from Towson here, inner and outer loops working fine there. The only marker that we really do have besides the shutdown on York Road and Sparks because of that water main break is 295, actually, BW Parkway right at 100. It says 3 vehicles involved in a collision there. No slowdowns there that we could see, and the cameras are not showing any issues. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Wednesday, Mark.
Happy Wednesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, we've got train 505 on the Penn line and Camden 841, both operating with delays, running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of BART are on time for the commute start. Light rail link showing no delays or difficulties on time service in both directions, and Metro Subway the same, on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Bottled water being handed out right here in Baltimore County for people under that boil water advisory. Coming up, when you can pick up this water and the latest on this advisory.
An 18-year-old boy accused of killing his 8-year-old brother is in court today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at the charging documents. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
524, continuing coverage this morning. Michigan State University will hold a vigil tonight to remember the victims from the mass shooting that left 3 students dead and 5 others fighting for their lives.
Now, the 3 victims have been identified. 2 are sophomores and 1 is a junior. The gunman opened fire at 2 locations on campus before turning that gun on himself. Steady stream of students putting together a memorial, placing flowers, candles, and posters alongside a statue of their mascot, Sparty.
It's heartbreaking to see all these people come up and dropping off all the flowers and candles and posters for all the loved ones that were affected by the shooting.
I think the grief process is individualized. It's different for everyone. It's hard to put like a rhyme or reason into it, even a timeline.
Police say the suspect had a criminal record. 43-year-old Dwayne McCray previously faced a felony firearms charge, which would have banned him from legal gun ownership in Michigan. But he accepted a misdemeanor plea deal, making it legal for him to own a firearm. Michigan State's Attorney General Dana Nessel calls the shooting a case of senseless violence and hopes an investigation reveals how to better protect the community.
Well, making your headlines this Wednesday morning, President Joe Biden looking to Republicans when it comes to reworking Social Security and Medicare after making false claims they want to deplete those services.
Some of my Republican friends in Congress, not all of them, but some of them, have been threatening to hold your economy hostage if we don't cut Medicare and Social Security.
Well, Biden was speaking at the National Association of Counties. He says he will lay out his budget March 9th, detailing where cuts could be made. And he's asking House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to do the same. Republicans have said those 2 programs are off the table, but they will need to see some compromise before agreeing to raise the debt ceiling. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen was at the county's meeting, too. She says we can't wait until the last minute.
This economic catastrophe is entirely preventable. The solution is simple. Congress must vote to raise or suspend the debt limit, and it should do so without conditions, and it should not wait.
There is no agenda on the part of Senate Republicans to revisit Medicare or Social Security, period. I've noticed that the Speaker of the House has said the same thing.
Senator McConnell says the U.S. will never default on its debt. Biden says even coming close to defaulting would raise borrowing costs and make it more difficult to finance projects.
Still ahead on the early edition, a warm day ahead. Our Weather Authority team lets us know how long the spring-like temperatures stick around.
And we may be warm here, but that is not the case in other parts of the country. We're going to take a closer look at the storm, the winter storm impacting thousands just ahead from our live center. Time now 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this half hour. A boil water advisory is in place for parts of northern Baltimore County, and what you need to know to make sure you keep your family safe.
An 18-year-old is in court today accused of shooting and killing his 8-year-old brother. What charging documents are revealing about what led up to the tragedy.
Plus, the future of the boys' collegiate charter school is safe, at least for now, when we can expect a final vote from the Board of Commissioners.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Hopefully you were outside doing some yard work yesterday. Why not? Grass is starting to grow again. Birds are chirping. Come on.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's going to be out grilling. So
yeah, absolutely. I noticed that too, Tom. I was on the side of my house yesterday. I was like, well, I got to get the mower out. I mean, it's February 14th. I might as well start mowing. I didn't mow. I'm not going to do that. I'm putting that off as long as possible. Our Towson camera, good morning to all of you. Just don't tell my HOA. We're all good here right now. Looking at a few clouds hanging around and even a few light showers. Look how they're starting to break up on the left side of your screen. This is what we talked about, how we probably won't see much in the way of actual rain falling. But again, we do have a few just light showers in western Maryland at this time. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. As Mr. Bo says, we are good to go. Again, a stray sprinkle possible later this morning. This afternoon, wind is going to pick up, and so are those temps. 67 for our high today. We have rain tomorrow and mid-60s, and then much colder by the time we get into Friday. We'll take a closer look at that and what else we can expect for the weekend in just a few.
Turning now to counties under pressure. Happening now, a boil water advisory issued for the area affected by the major water main break in northern Baltimore County, including Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, and Sparks.
Well, DPW says that there is no known contamination, but as a precaution, it wants people to bring water to a full boil for at least a minute once service resumes. Shannon Lilly joining us live from Baltimore County this morning, where bottled water will be distributed today. Shannon.
Yeah, Patrice, we're actually hearing that 1,900 customers are impacted by this boil water advisory. So you can see just behind me here at the USA Lacrosse, they have cases of water stacked up ready to be handed out. And you can also see the city water maintenance crew here. Those are those flashing lights you can see there, ready to hand out this water to everyone impacted. Again, this is the USA Lacrosse on Loveton Circle in Sparks Glencoe, and distribution doesn't start until noon, but it will last through 7 this evening. Now, in the meantime, a few things to remember if you are in the area without water. Once your service returns, you'll need to boil it for 1 minute and then cool it before you do any of the things that are listed right here on your screen. And that includes drinking it, brushing your teeth, washing fruits and vegetables, preparing
sad for the family. I feel for the family because we don't know whether it was deliberately discharged or was it accidental discharge, so we don't know.
Well, happening today, Devin Wilson, the 18-year-old accused of shooting his 8-year-old brother with a gun he allegedly traded for a puppy, will be in court.
Wilson now faces first and second-degree murder charges, first-degree assault, and other firearm charges.
Olivia Dan joins us live this morning with what we are learning from those charging documents. Olivia?
It's Patrice, that's right. Wilson is back in court today, and he's being held without bail. But for some background information, on Friday, December 30th, officers responded to Wilson's home, which is just about a mile away from this police station here. Now, his home is at the corner of Pressbury and North Pulaski Streets. But charging documents obtained by Fox 45 News reveal details about the murder weapon. Investigators say that Wilson purchased the shotgun after having sold or traded a puppy for it. The court papers say Wilson was home with his 4 younger siblings when he called his mother to come home because the child had been shot. Wilson telling his father the boy accidentally shot himself. Now, police found Wilson's 8-year-old brother upstairs in the home with a gunshot wound. He was later pronounced dead, but that night, Police Commissioner Harrison called it a homicide investigation.
Our detectives will be working to find out what happened, and we will make sure that we will bring justice and hold whoever is responsible and accountable to the full extent of the law.
The charging documents also say they found Wilson sobbing and holding a black shotgun with the barrel placed to his forehead. But after a psychiatric evaluation, Wilson remains behind bars, facing murder charges for his brother's death. And you can get updates on his court appearance on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:35 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After being at risk of losing its charter, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending boys' collegiate charter schools stay open with some conditions.
I will tell you that there was a palpable difference, and staff agreed, in the climate of a school that, frankly, a year and a half ago was in complete disarray. And that was not what I found when I walked in, unannounced, by the way. We will actually have a high-performing school for young men in Baltimore.
The Board of Commissioners will have the final say whether to accept Dr. Santelises' recommendation or not. They will vote on February 23rd.
Fox 45 News spoke with a former city councilman, Carl Stokes, who also ran a charter school that was shut down several years ago. Now, Stokes says that Baltimore Collegiate, like his former school, is the target of politics.
Yeah, I found it was very political. CEO told me that she was closing the school for personal reasons, political reasons, as a matter of fact. And I think that's the same thing going on here.
Well, the charter school will have 4 minutes to defend itself tomorrow before a final ruling is made a week later.
Fox 45 News is also pressing Mayor Brandon Scott about underperforming schools in Baltimore. At least 23 city schools. In those schools, 0 students tested proficient in math. That is 2,000 students not up to grade level. Mackenzie Frost asked the mayor about what needs to change.
How do you defend those results, and do you believe that there should be a change in leadership at city schools?
Well, I think a couple of things on that, Mackenzie. The reality is, despite you guys' inability to say it, that city schools, like school districts across these United States of America, have been experiencing decreases in math results between 2019 and 2022.
Mayor Scott went on to say the test results were predictable and said city school leaders have already done a lot of work. Fox 45 News also asked if the mayor thinks those schools should be shut down. We have not heard back. Still ahead this morning, a major push from Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to crack down on gun crime in Baltimore. The hurdles the bill faces today.
Plus, it will be a great day to get outside and enjoy the warmth. Get your vitamin D, right? Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how long these spring temperatures will be sticking around. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Well, we might feel 60 near 70-degree temperatures today.
That's right.
We are tracking some significant winter storms moving across the country this morning.
Man, hopefully they stay in that direction. Megan Gillen at our live center with a look at what's happening there and hopefully not coming here.
For most of the country except us. Let's take a look at the latest alerts here. We've got a widespread right here. Winter storm warnings from Arizona right there, reaching all the way up to Texas. And we've got a winter storm watch, which actually extends through southern Iowa. Separate blizzard warnings also around Fargo. They're looking at wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour expected here today. Let's go ahead and take you live to Colorado Springs here this morning, where residents there are bracing for some significant snow today. Some areas forecasted to see upwards of 12 inches. You can see a little bit of that already starting to fall this morning. Taking a live look now to Little Rock, Arkansas, where we know snow is just part of the story here today. The other potentially more dangerous element comes this afternoon into tonight, especially for this area here in Little Rock, where severe storms are possible later today. The National Weather Service says 11 million people are at risk. As you take a look at the map here in the yellow there, that is a slight risk there. That includes Dallas. Another 2 million in the orange. Enhanced risk includes Memphis, where the National Weather Service is warning we could see a nighttime tornado threat develop. And guys, that is concerning because tornadoes that strike in the middle of the night, they are twice as likely to be deadly simply because people are asleep and they don't get the warnings. As a result of that, the National Weather Service, take a look in Memphis, just sharing this tweet hours ago, reminding families to prepare now. Get ready for this. And we know that forecasters say this threat isn't going anywhere. It's going to linger into Thursday, guys. That's tomorrow, with another chance for tornadoes as you look at this, primarily across Mississippi and Alabama. But for us, near 70. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby facing 2 ethics violations, while one board member says this is a win for the ethics in the city.
Plus, an effort to crack down on gun crimes is seeing some support from state leaders. The next steps for a bill proposed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Topping your consumer news this Wednesday morning, investors are on the lookout to see if rate hikes get more severe this week. This after stocks slipped yesterday, reversing early week gains. Dow dropping 156 points. The S&P 500 fell a point. Nasdaq added 68 points, boosted by the tech stocks like Tesla. This after yesterday's inflation report showed a mixed bag, with inflation staying stubbornly high. Now, a new report shows that Amazon is taking a more than 50% cut from each sale by businesses using its online marketplace, making it more difficult to turn a profit. According to a research firm, Marketplace Pulse, Amazon's commission fee has been rising since 2016. Sellers are paying more for fulfillment fees like warehouse storage, package and delivery, as well as advertising. The firm notes the impact on sellers was softened because the company was attracting new customers. Sales surged during COVID pandemic, but dropped as lockdowns eased.
546, a new discovery on the Eastern Shore is helping to tell the story of Harriet Tubman. 2 years ago, archaeologists found the home of Tubman's father, Ben Ross. Well, now they found artifacts putting a face on those enslaved at surrounding farms in Dorchester County. Pieces of pottery, a button, some nails, all examples of the creativity shown by people trying to make it through unspeakable circumstances. Governor Wes Moore took a tour of the area yesterday, saying he's moved by seeing and touching these items.
It's overwhelming. It's this constant reminder of where we come from, and I think it's also there's a beauty in our journey, but also I think there's a reminder of our impermanence.
5:47 now on a Wednesday morning. It was a gorgeous Tuesday afternoon. Hopefully we'll have that again today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to tell us even warmer than yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to add about 6-7 degrees to our highs. We got 61 yesterday. We're talking about almost 70 for a lot of us later today. Yeah, open the pool. Let's do it. Until Friday and Saturday, and then have to close it back up again because our temperatures will be more February-like by the time we get to the end of the week. I know, Debbie Downer, thanks a lot. Our Towson camera, good morning to you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, everything looking good at this time. We got some cloud cover hanging around, and our temperatures are pretty mild right now. A few light showers were developing in western Maryland. They have since sort of fizzled out, so we're really not tracking much in the way of actual rainfall that we are going to see, especially as we have this weak cold front that is just to the west of us that is going to be pushing through over the next couple of hours. So as you rise and shine, enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Sun comes up before 7 o'clock this morning and goes to bed almost at 6 o'clock. 5:44 your sunset as we're closer now to the spring equinox. That's coming up in less than 5 weeks from right now. Here's a look at our high temps, typically 46. We've been nowhere near that number for a while. In fact, mid to upper 60s is what we're looking at up and down the 95 corridor. Eastern Shore, a little cooler. Western areas could see close to 70 degrees, 68 in Frederick, possibly even 70 in Cumberland in western Maryland today, 73 in Pittsburgh. So it's going to be even warmer to the west. But all of us here in the mid-Atlantic under that mild stretch here with our temperatures. Now, as I mentioned, numbers are going to come back down. Tomorrow we'll keep the 60s. By Friday afternoon and Saturday, those numbers plummet back down into the 40s. But it's a quick warm up into Sunday and Monday next week. Those numbers coming right back up. Here's a look at our future can. Again, we may see a stray shower or two, but really looking at drier conditions later this afternoon. The southwest wind and the southerly wind really going to pick up. A warm front moves in tomorrow. That's going to bring the showers to us tomorrow morning. Off and on showers for Thursday afternoon, and especially as the cold front comes through Thursday night into Friday morning, that's when we'll see the best chance of the heaviest rain, the colder and drier air working in back behind that. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. So again, some showers for you tomorrow and into early Friday, but by Friday afternoon, the showers are done. Saturday and Sunday, we're dry for President's Day weekend. A little bit more cloud cover rolls in next Monday for President's Day, but temperatures going back up.
Let's take a live look now from the Len Stoller mobile track, traveling around the, 695 right here and all around the inner and outer loop. It looks just like this, wide open roads going at speed. So a great time for your morning commute. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA, and hopefully the good news continues. Mark.
Well, good morning. Yes, Tom, we've got on-time service out there on Light Rail Link. It's operating on schedule from end to end, and Metro Subway Link not showing any major delays or issues there. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll encounter a couple diversions, actually three, not diversions, but delays. 511 train on the Penn line, Penn train 407, and Camden 843 all running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A setback in the fight against inflation. I'm Atrell Nashar, and coming up, a look at the prices that rose more than expected in January.
Plus, a community in Ohio questioning their safety this morning after a massive train derailment and a burn-off. The call to lift evacuation orders that has some on edge. 5:51 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. $5:54, and in your consumer news, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is warning of a potential economic catastrophe as Congress and the White House fail to lift the federal debt ceiling. She added that the U.S. can pay its bills at least through early June by employing extraordinary cash management measures. President Biden had said that he will not negotiate over raising the limit, which is about past spending decisions. However, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is telling his moderates not to get cold feet.
Politico reports the Republican Speaker is reassuring them there won't be a default.
For right now, all Republicans are saying that they want spending cuts. Democrats say there should be no preconditions.
We have a position. We have a clear position. Do it clean. Do it without brinksmanship. Do it without this risk of hostage taking where things could blow up.
We will not pass a clean debt ceiling here without some form of spending reform. So there'll never be a clean one.
McCarthy has a small margin to work with, given the slim Republican majority in the House. Moderates would have to contend with losing possible support ahead of elections if they buck their party and cross the political aisle.
The White House will have 2 new leaders on its economic team. That is according to the Washington Post. President Biden will appoint top Fed official Lael Brainard as the director of National Economic Council. Current White House economic advisor Jared Bernstein will chair. Brainard oversaw low interest rates even as prices jumped, and Bernstein was part of the decision to approve a $1.9 trillion stimulus in 2021.
The new consumer inflation report from the Department of Labor shows prices didn't come down as much as economists had expected, reinforcing the Federal Reserve's case for keeping interest rates higher for longer.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at the numbers impacting you.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's warned the path to lower inflation will be a bumpy one. His words rang true Tuesday morning with January's 12-month consumer inflation rate coming in at 6.4%. It's only a modest improvement from December's 6.5%, but what troubles economists more is monthly inflation between December and January rose 0.5%. It's tough timing for the president, who, in his State of the Union last week, said this.
Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up.
While it's true the annual rate of inflation has been steadily declining, monthly inflation has not. And wages are rising, especially for workers on the lower end of the income scale. But for many, the gains have not kept up with rising prices. Where it's hitting many the hardest is at the grocery store. Food at home prices up 11.3% from a year ago. Energy bills up 15.6%. All of this prompting Dallas Fed President Lori Logan to call on her colleagues to be prepared to continue raising interest rates for longer than they anticipated to bring inflation down to their 2% target. Allianz chief economic advisor Mohamed Al-Arian expects long-term issues like the labor shortage to get in the way.
But I think the most likely outcome, in my opinion, is sticky inflation around 4%.
Policymakers having to adapt to this sticky economic landscape, one that's getting more political as the field of Republican presidential candidates grows.
It's time for a new generation of leadership to rediscover fiscal responsibility.
Inflation already shaping up to be a top issue in the 2024 race, as it may still be impacting Americans by then. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
State's Attorney Ivan Bates is pushing a bill to crack down on gun crimes in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the hurdles that the bill still faces.
The Board of Ethics determining sanctions against City Council President Nick Mosby today. Coming up, we are live with what you can expect.
Temperatures more like April than February as we get you into your Wednesday. We'll break down just how long these warm numbers stick with us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we're talking warmth, sunny day today before you have to grab that umbrella tomorrow.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Let's take it one day at a time. Focus on the warm.
Exactly right. Yeah, nice day yesterday. Really nice conditions and, not too breezy out there. Today, it's going to be that wind that's going to bring in the warmer temperatures, guys. That's what we're talking about. But overall, our Towson camera, not looking too bad. We've got mild conditions right now. Most of us, you can see on the right side of your screen, are hanging out in the 40s at this time. We're picking up just a few light showers over parts of western Maryland. Don't think this is going to even hold together. It's really been kind of tapering off over the last hour or two. So numbers right now, 45 Cockeysville, 46 in Baltimore, 47 in Annapolis, and 46 for you in Columbia. Good morning, Howard County. So here's a look at your morning drive. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that rain and how much colder we get for this upcoming weekend. That's in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. Sparks Glencoe Road on York Road southbound between Phoenix and McCormick. Though it's closed currently because of a water main break. You're going to want to avoid that area for your early morning commute.
Well, in your session 2023 coverage, Baltimore's new top prosecutor, Ivan Bates, is hoping to enforce tougher penalties for some gun offenses through a new bill today.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with a closer look at the next steps for this bill. Olivia.
Okay, so the next step is that at 1 today, Bates' bill will be heard in the Maryland House of Delegates, and his bill would increase the maximum sentence for misdemeanor illegal handgun violations to 5 years. But even before today's hearing, state leaders were jumping on board with his plan.
And as one of the public safety officers for the city of Baltimore, if he stated that this is one of the things to add to his toolbox to be able to keep the citizens, my neighbors, my friends, my family members in the city of Baltimore safe, then we're going to help him in his agenda.
I think that the proposed legislation is good and smart, and I plan on working with not just Ivan Bates, but then also the legislature as the bill makes it to my desk. A lot of the components that I see within the bill, I think are smart and good, and it's a bill that I'm going to sign.
Congressman Mfume is also among those supporting the bill. In fact, he just sent a letter to the Judiciary Committee of the House of Delegates showing his support of Bates' bill. The letter reads in part, quote, "We all want safer streets with fewer criminals. Too much violence happens with too many guns that are too readily available," end quote. And for some more background information, under the current law, the maximum penalty for misdemeanor handgun violations from anyone between 18 and 20 years old is 5 years. The maximum penalty for people 21 and older is only 3 years. Current law only requires anyone convicted to serve 25% of a misdemeanor sentence, and 25% of a 3-year sentence is less than a year. But even though the bill is gaining support, there are some lawmakers who are still questioning it, including Baltimore Senator Jill Carter. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's hearing to see what happens next. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Also in Annapolis, debate heats up over a bill that would give the Maryland Attorney General's office power to prosecute police and take it away from the state's attorneys.
It would apply to cases its Independent Investigations Division investigates, expanding its role 2 years after the General Assembly created it.
Supporters argue the bill takes political influence out of prosecution and prevents conflict, keeping states' attorneys from prosecuting police in the departments they're working with.
Critics, including Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, argue the Attorney General's office doesn't have the expertise to deal with criminal cases, and the bill ignores the will of the people.
Well, first, I'd say that the Attorney General is certainly accountable to the people of Maryland as he stands for election every 4 years. Second, the expertise is clearly there, as is evidenced by the breadth of the Attorney General's scope. The IID and the Attorney General have proven that they can be impartial. They are extremely transparent. I'm confident that this is the right way to go.
There's a level of expertise when you do these cases that is at a point that you do not necessarily understand. I've received a lot of heat and brushback for Donnell Rochester. However, when I looked at that report, one of the things I saw was the Attorney General's office they didn't do the analysis. They didn't talk about a number of defenses. They didn't even list the individual's criminal background and history because that lists defenses that are there. And that's important.
The other issue relates to the dilution of the public's voice. We are directly elected by the communities we serve. They have access to us and ability to address us and concerns with us. And every 4 years, they can vote us out. With the Attorney General as a statewide entity, they don't have the same control or access or ability to affect change if they don't agree with the way in which they're enacting justice.
The Attorney General's office investigates every time a police officer is involved in a civilian's death as part of 2021's Police Accountability Act.
Well, right now, the AG hands over its findings to the local state's attorney's office, which can decide whether to prosecute. If the bill passes, Attorney General Anthony Brown would decide whether officers are charged.
This was a win for ethics in the city.
Continuing coverage this morning, happening today, the Board of Ethics is expected to meet to determine the sanctions against Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby.
Well, it comes after a judge found Mosby did violate ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund that's in his name.
The judge ultimately upholding 2 out of 3 ethics violations. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with what we can expect today. Shannon?
Well, like you guys mentioned, Patrice, we can expect the board to meet today to determine sanctions against Mosby. And Chairman Steve Fogelman says at this time they are weighing their options. This comes just 2 days after a judge determined that when it comes to ethics, Mosby crossed a line.
Judge reaffirmed the board's decision that the ethics law's restriction on soliciting gifts are very broad, and an official cannot get around those restrictions by allowing third parties to fundraise on their behalf.
Yeah, but how did we get here? Remember, it was almost a year ago when Council President Nick Mosby agreed to comply, then denied he'd done anything wrong after the Ethics Board lodged 3 ethics violations against him. They accused him of failing to report on city ethics forums, a legal defense fund which was established for Mosby and his wife, former state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Well, the Council President had long contended that he didn't establish the fund and had no control of the $14,000 raised by that fund. In the end, though, the judge ruled this week that Mosby had indirectly solicited donations from the fund and had an obligation to report it. So again, the judge is upholding 2 of those 3 ethics violations, but he is leaving it up to the Ethics Board to determine appropriate penalties. Tom, Patrice.
All right, well, Shannon, can Mosby do anything at this point, though, about this judge's decision?
Yeah, so we do know that he can appeal it in Annapolis if he does choose to. At this point, though, it's unclear if that's his plan to do that. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
A boil water advisory is in place in Baltimore County due to a water main break. What city and county officials are doing to try and help that community.
And an Ohio community questioning their safety after a hazardous train derailment in their backyard. Just ahead from our live center, what officials are now reporting and the town hall happening tonight.
We've got temperatures in the 40s this hour. However, we're going to be on our way to the mid and even upper 60s later this afternoon. It's feeling like spring around here. Breaking down that forecast for you coming up. Welcome back. 6:09 is your time right now. According to my mother, I'm the best meteorologist in the world. So she said that yesterday. I was like, wow, I need to put that on my resume. It's pretty cool. But taking a look outside, numbers in the mid to upper 40s. Owens Mills over to Cockeysville, Towson at 45, 46 your temp in Baltimore City. And numbers here are going to rise today. As you get out the door, maybe a light jacket, but definitely get those sunglasses for later today. You will need the umbrella tomorrow as rain is going to be rolling in. But if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, a little cool breeze, numbers in the mid to upper 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
6:10 later tonight, the city of East Palestine, Ohio, is hosting a town hall to try to provide answers regarding the recent train derailment.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with this current situation. Megan?
Yeah, a lot of questions here, guys. Right now, waterways along the Ohio River are still contaminated with hazardous chemicals after this derailment here. But officials are stressing they are contained and not impacting local water supply. Some residents, however, still feel pretty uneasy.
One of the bigger ones that were lost was the petroleum lube oil. Each tanker carries about 30,000 gallons of that, and there's 2 tankers unaccounted for. So that's almost 60,000 gallons of that petroleum lube oil that spilled out into our local soils.
Well, according to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, contaminated waterways have led to the deaths of almost 3,500 fish. But as of right now, there is no evidence any animals on land have been impacted. The NTSB, we know, also conducting a safety investigation right now to determine what might have caused the derailment. Meantime, the rail's operator, Norfolk Southern, creating a $1 million fund to help the community clean up and continue air quality inspection. Again, that town hall meeting, it is set for tonight, happening at 7 o'clock, according to the East Palestine, Ohio website right here. We're going to keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A Baltimore City charter school will remain open for now. A look into the critical recommendations given to the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys to stay open.
Fox 45 News is questioning the mayor about nearly 24 city schools where test scores show the students are not proficient in math. Why he said he knew those test scores were coming. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .14, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. The uncertain future of Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, or charter school, is taking center stage at a city school board meeting. An investigation found the charter failed in several categories, like meeting federal and state requirements in many areas, including management of grant funds.
I will tell you that there was a palpable difference, and staff agreed, in the climate of a school that, frankly, a year and a half ago was in complete disarray. And that was not what I found when I walked in, unannounced, by the way. We will actually have a high-performing school for young men in Baltimore.
That school is staying open. The Board of Commissioners will have the final say whether to accept Dr. Santelise's recommendation that it stay open or not. They will vote on February 23rd.
Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott about underperforming schools in Baltimore. At 23 city schools, 0 students testing proficient in math. That's 2,000 children not up to grade level. Mackenzie Frost asked the mayor about what needs to change.
How do you defend those results, and do you believe that there should be a change in leadership at city schools?
Well, I think a couple of things on that, Mackenzie. The reality is, despite you guys' inability to say it, that city schools, like school districts across these United States of America, have been experiencing decreases in math results between 2019 and 2022.
Mayor Scott went on to say the test results were predictable and said that city school leaders have already done a lot of work. Fox 45 News also asking the mayor if he thinks the schools should be shut down. We have not yet heard back.
We want to know what you think. Should parents be given school choice if their child's school is failing? So far, 95% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Our Project Baltimore team has done extensive reporting on the issues plaguing city schools, and you can see all of their stories at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, good news for fans of The Boss. Bruce Springsteen, E Street Band, they're returning to Baltimore as part of their 2023 international tour. They'll be playing at Cannon Yards September 9th. Great date.
Isn't he coming to CFG Arena, too? I thought he was coming there first.
First, is he?
I don't know. I remember that.
That would be odd to have him here back to back.
So I have my calendar out. A couple of reasons.
So wait, this PG-13 calendar?
Listen, I got my calendar out because I'm trying to figure out if it's April or if it's actually February. But this is the Boys of Hamden calendar. It is a little risque, but they do it for charity. It's all to celebrate and
strategically placed items.
Yes, the Hamden Family Center. My buddy Dave over there at KNS Auto and all the guys. Dave is Big Wheel, and he's Mr. June. I just want to tell you. No, you look at this while I go do the forecast.
You just said it's risque.
It's just a little. It's really cool, and you can get it at boysofhamden.com. It actually
some of them are very exciting.
Exactly. But it also
all I need to see is the cover, Justin. There's enough happening right there.
It's all for charity, Patrice.
It is for charity.
They go risque for charité. All right, that's how they do it. So anyway, shout out to my buddy Dave at KNS. I call him Big Wheel, and you'll know why if you look at Mr. June. He's got his big wheel there. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, as those big wheels keep on turning. We've got the cloud cover that's out there. Temperatures that are mild right now. Overall, not seeing much. We saw some rain showers we were kind of tracking in western Maryland. Look at that. I mean, you can see that radar just kind of falling apart. Not much of anything there at all. We've got a weak cold front that's going to be passing through over the next couple of hours. That's not going to do much to our forecast. But what we're tracking is our next weather maker. We've got snow in parts of Colorado. Winter storm warnings extend all the way up toward the Midwest and back toward the Four Corners region. That's the cold air. And then later today, we're expecting a severe weather outbreak from Dallas over to Memphis. The area is in orange here, an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, that is the same weather system that is going to be impacting us by the time we get into tomorrow as well as early Friday. Not with severe weather, but we're definitely getting the warm air and the rain as well. 45 here next hour. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop. 60 by noontime and mid to upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a real nice afternoon. And golfers, at least a 1 club, if not a 2 club win. It is going to be blowing from the south and bringing in warmer temperatures. Lower 60s by noon, mid to upper 60s. Some of us close to that 70-degree mark by the time we get to the afternoon today. These numbers are 20-plus degrees above average for February from Carroll and Baltimore counties over the Hereford zone down into Baltimore City out through Catonsville. Lower 60s for you, Bel Air and Aberdeen, all the way out toward Northeast and Elkton and Cecil County. And look at our temperature tracker. We stay well above average tomorrow. Notice what happens on Friday and Saturday. Those numbers definitely coming back down to more February-like numbers as that colder air is coming in. We're going to warm right back up next week. Quickly want to show you our future scan. No, I'm short on time here, but you can see the warmer air coming in today and the breezy conditions. Here's the warm front tomorrow. This is the rain late tomorrow morning. all of tomorrow afternoon. We'll have at least a chance for some scattered showers, and then more of that rain is late Thursday into Friday as the cold front passes through. But as I mentioned, it's going to drop our temperatures as we get into Friday and especially into Saturday. Overall, though, we're dry for President's Day weekend and warming up for President's Day next Monday. Tom?
All right, taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and no major issues, but the one that is going to be, well, let's just say annoying for travelers there is right in Sparks, and that is between Loveton Farms Road, McCormick Road, because of that massive sinkhole that closed down. So that's still shut down, and we'll let you know that you want to avoid that area for your morning commute. Everybody else, though, on the major roads here throughout the Baltimore region, you're in the green. Now we want to get a check with Mark Jones in the MTA, and Mark, it's going to be another gorgeously warm day today.
Oh, yes, it is. Enjoy. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. Perhaps allow a little extra time in those instances. Light Rail Link right on time from end to end. And if your ride is Metro Subway Link, looking good for the commute there in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Bottled water being handed out today for people under a boiled water advisory here in Baltimore County. Coming up, when you can pick these cases up and the steps you need to take to keep yourself safe.
You can do your part and help those impacted by the massive earthquake in Turkey and Syria, but beware, scammers could be lurking to take advantage of your goodwill. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.624 and trending now. Rihanna's Super Bowl halftime show performance was undoubtedly a showstopper, but another performer nearby brought the electric performance to another audience.
Brad Underwood from our Sinclair sister station in Cincinnati has more on how a viral interpreter who's a nursing student at Bowie State University, is bringing inspiration to the deaf community.
Rihanna wasn't the only one shining bright like a diamond during the Super Bowl halftime show. Deaf American Sign Language performer Justina Miles may have just stolen the show with her interpretation. Her energy and presence is something Angela Frith and Natalie Marsh of St. Rita's School for the Deaf love to see on national television.
A huge, huge inspiration to a lot of deaf children and also deaf Black children as well too, of the potential that they can go and be on TV and do all these great things and make an impact on other people.
Colin Denny and Troy Kotzer also performed in ASL. Frith says Kotzer's interpretation of the national anthem is inspiring.
It took you to the boat was there. They were looking through the binoculars. They were looking across the water. All of that came into play. He depicted that in history.
During the live broadcast, you only get a glimpse of the ASL interpreters. However, there was a live stream on Fox Sports' YouTube page that gave you the real feel of it through all the body and facial expressions.
It opens eyes to, number one, a beautiful language and a group of people, a community of people that have made a huge impact.
Like football, for example. The huddle was invented by a deaf football team during a game against another deaf football team.
They didn't want them to see what was going on, so they got into the huddle, so they didn't know what play was coming next.
Today we are seeing what's coming next. More interpreters at press conferences and performances at big-time events.
It's amazing to see how close that got and how accurate it was to what deaf people see every day.
In Evendale, Brad Underwood, Local 12 News.
Starting off mild with a few showers. Our Weather Authority team will let us know what we can expect this afternoon, and that's showers tomorrow, well, tonight into tomorrow.
An 18-year-old boy accused of killing his 8-year-old brother is in court today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at the charging documents. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers in Orange today.
Wear Orange Wednesdays yet, Tom and Patrice? Good morning to you. But pitchers and catchers report this afternoon in Sarasota. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And we're going to have temperatures that Sarasota-like, I guess, because it is definitely not February-like here in central Maryland. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now from our Towson camera, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, looking not too bad. Mid to upper 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, at 50 in Frederick, 45 your temp in Laurel. So your morning drive looks like this. Mr. Bo says we are good to go with mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours as those clouds hang around. More sun on the way for the afternoon and highs in the upper 60s. We are tracking rain for tomorrow, even though our temps stay warm. And then Friday, our temps will plummet and go back down to the upper 40s, a lot more closer to February numbers. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Looking out our Lynn Solar traffic network, for the most part, traffic is moving smoothly throughout the region. On the left, you can see traffic moving smoothly. It's heading into the city on I-95 southbound. Meanwhile, drivers moving nicely on the left side of your screen as well. That's 695 north.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure. Happening now, boil water advisory issued for the area affected by the water main break in northern Baltimore County. That's right in Sparks, Glencoe. It includes Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, and Sparks, and it's shut down York Road both directions.
DPW says that there is no known contamination, but as a precaution, it wants people to bring water to a full boil for at least a minute once service resumes.
Jen Lilly is joining us live from Baltimore County this morning, where bottled water will be distributed a little bit later on today. Shannon.
Yeah, and we are hearing that 1,900 customers are impacted by this boil water advisory, Tom. And at this point, there is no word on when it's going to be lifted. But you can see just behind me here the city maintenance crews that are already out here. They are ready to hand out this water to everyone impacted. And then just to the left, you can see the cases of water that are already stacked up. They're going to be handed out at the USA Lacrosse on Loveton Circle. This is in Sparks, Glencoe. Distribution, though, it doesn't start until noon, but it's going to last until 7 this evening. Now, in the meantime, a few things to keep you safe. Remember, if you are in an area without water, once your service returns, you're going to need to boil it for 1 minute and then cool it before you do any of the things listed on your screen here. And that includes drinking it, brushing your teeth, washing fruits and vegetables, even preparing baby food and formula, making ice, and yes, even before you give it to your pets as well. Water, though, does not have to be boiled for bathing, just as long as you are not drinking that water. Again, the Maryland Department of Environment says this is a precautionary boil water advisory following that 20-inch water main break that happened Monday evening. It impacted residents north of Shawan Road and York Road. Now, DPW water quality experts are going to be testing samples from the impacted area. And of course, as soon as we do get an update on whether or not this water advisory is lifted, we are going to keep you posted right here on Fox 45 News. Reporting live in Sparks, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Sad for the family. I feel for the family because we don't know whether it was deliberately discharged or was it accidental discharge, so we don't know.
Happening today, Devin Wilson, the 18-year-old accused of shooting his 8-year-old brother with a gun he allegedly traded for a puppy, will be in court.
Wilson now faces first and second-degree murder charges, first-degree assault, and other firearms charges.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what we are learning from those charging documents. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, that's right. Devin Wilson will be in court today, and he's being held without bail. But for some background information, on Friday, December 30th, officers responded to Wilson's home, which is just about a mile away from this police station here. Now, his home is at the corner of Pressbury and North Pulaski Streets, but charging documents obtained by Fox 45 News reveal details about the murder weapon. Investigators say that Wilson purchased the shotgun after having sold or traded a puppy for it. The court papers say that Wilson was home with his 4 younger siblings when he called his mother to come home because the child had been shot. Wilson telling his father the boy accidentally shot himself. Police found Wilson's 8-year-old brother upstairs in the home with a gunshot wound. Now, he was later pronounced dead, but that night, Police Commissioner Harrison called it a homicide investigation.
Our detectives will be working to find out what happened, and we will make sure that we will bring justice and hold whoever is responsible responsible and accountable to the full extent of the law.
The charging documents also say they found Wilson sobbing and holding a black shotgun with the barrel placed to his forehead. But after a psychiatric evaluation, Wilson remains behind bars, facing murder charges for his brother's death. And you can get updates on his court appearance today on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore City Public Schools continues to stay in the spotlight after shocking math test scores. Why some say national attention could force some change.
Highs in the upper 60s this afternoon. Just ahead, what we can expect for the rest of the week. 6:36 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This gas station cover was blown down by winds that moved through Abilene, Texas. They did not accompany a thunderstorm, but gusted more than 50 miles per hour. And in this time lapse, cirrus clouds and vapor trails move one way over Mobile, and the cumulus clouds are moving another direction. Meteorologist Alan Seals says the low-level wind from the south means higher humidity from the Gulf of Mexico.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
While we might feel temperatures near 70 degrees today, we are tracking some significant winter storms moving across the country this morning.
Megan Gillen at our live center with a look at those conditions that we don't want any part of.
No, absolutely none of. And here's the latest alerts. We got a lot of them. We're going to start with the winter storm warnings here, extending from Arizona, guys. This goes all the way into Kansas. Then we've got a winter storm watch extending through southern Iowa as you take a look there. And then separate blizzard warnings around Fargo. They're talking about wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour expected here today. Let's go ahead and take you live this morning. Look at this. Colorado Springs. Can see the snow already falling there. Residents are bracing for significant snowfall today. Some areas forecasted to see upwards of 12 inches. Snow not the only thing that folks are worried about here today. That's just part of the story. The other potentially more dangerous element comes this afternoon into tonight, taking you live to Little Rock, Arkansas, where it's quiet out there right now, but we're looking at severe storms possible for that area later today. The National Weather Service saying 11 million people are at risk in the area shaded in yellow. That's a slight risk right there, and that includes all the way into Dallas. Another 2 million in the orange. Enhanced risk includes Memphis, where the National Weather Service is warning that we could see a nighttime tornado threat developing. Guys, that is extremely concerning, as we know, because tornadoes that strike in the middle of the night, they are twice as likely to be deadly simply because people are asleep and they don't get the warnings. As a result of that, the National Weather Service in Memphis sharing this tweet just hours ago, reminding families to prepare now. Understand this could happen when you are sleeping. Forecasters say this threat, guys, not going anywhere. This is going to linger into Thursday with another chance for tornadoes, primarily across Mississippi and Alabama at that point. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. City Council President Nick Mosby will be back in the courtroom this morning just ahead of the decision that could be made today.
Maryland has dropped from being number one of the top performing school systems to, I believe we're now 7th or 8th.
The Maryland State Department of Education seeing a dramatic decrease in test scores. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, our State House Spotlight continues with possible legislation to address the problem. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 and in your morning rush, Baltimore's new top prosecutor Ivan Bates hoping to enforce tougher penalties for some gun offenses through a new bill. Olivia Dance joining us live now. And Olivia, what are the next steps for this bill?
Yeah, Tom, so the next step is that at 1 today, Bates' bill will be heard in the Maryland House of Delegates, and his bill would increase the maximum sentence for misdemeanor illegal handgun violations to 5 years. But given Baltimore has surpassed 300 homicides for 8 straight years in a row, state leaders have been jumping on board with his plan. For some background information, though, under the current law, the maximum penalty for misdemeanor handgun violations from anyone between 18 and 20 years old is 5 years. The maximum penalty for people 21 and older is only 3 years. Currently, law only requires anyone convicted to serve 25% of a misdemeanor sentence, and 25% of a 3-year sentence is less than a year. So coming up in about 15 minutes, find out which lawmakers are supporting the bill and why. Back to you.
The Board of Ethics is expected to meet today to determine the sanctions against Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby. A judge found Mosby did violate ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with what we can expect today. Shannon.
Well, Chairman of the Ethics Board, Steve Fogelman, says that they are weighing their options right now, Patrice. So we are expecting to find out a little bit more on that later on today. But like you said, this all comes after a judge upheld 2 of the 3 ethics violations that Mosby faced. And it's all surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name. Now, Fogelman believes that the judge's decision to hold him in violation of this is a step in the right direction. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, you are going to hear directly from Fogelman, plus hear where the judge says Mosby went wrong. Now back to you.
6:46, and oh yeah, it's going to be another nice day. Not like yesterday, though.
I was in a conference all day yesterday, so I didn't get to enjoy it. I want to get outside today.
Yeah, just hang on to your hats. It's going to be windy, but warmer later this afternoon, guys.
Incredible. Yeah.
Mid to upper 60s. I mean, this is mid-February, feeling more like April. But looking out right now over our camera, looking at the Domino sugar sign, and we've got the cloudy conditions out there over downtown Baltimore. This is what's kept our temperatures more on the mild side of things. So your official number at BWI is 46. Little southeast wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wind is going to kick up later today, especially from the south and southwest. Now, looking at our HD radar, we were tracking a couple of showers over western Maryland. Didn't really materialize into much. This is just a weak cold front that is going to be passing through later this morning. The stronger cold front is coming later this week, and that's what's going to give us the rain showers and also really drop our temperatures by the time we head into the weekend. Over the next 12 hours, looking at Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about. Yeah, probably going to be some more of those bugs and things growing out of the ground when you see temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Mother Nature's going, yeah, let's get things started. Let's get spring going. You know, Carlos the Crab, he's very excited about today. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a 5 on the crab cast, as we'll have a happy crab this afternoon with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Pilots, great day to fly. Again, a bit breezy. Definitely have to deal with some of those crosswinds there, but we are talking about mainly VFR conditions, so visual flight rules if you're going to be getting in the plane this afternoon. Low to mid and upper 60s for Bel Air and Cockeysville over to Westminster, 67 Baltimore City and Laurel, 60 in Stevensville, 63 in Annapolis. Little cooler on the eastern shore, but actually warmer in western Maryland. Could see 70 there, and even lower 70s in Pittsburgh. Charleston, West Virginia at 74. So these well above average numbers continue. And this is all because what we call a southerly flow. All of these red lines there, that's that wind coming in from the south. That's going to be picking up the warmer temperatures and bringing that right into our area. But by later this afternoon, we expect those clouds to move out of here with more sunshine. Then that warm front comes in, so we'll tap into more of that Gulf moisture and that Gulf air, and that's what we're talking about as we see in Thursday. More of those showers for Thursday morning, off and on showers into Thursday afternoon. Then the strong cold front comes through Thursday night into Friday morning with those showers accompanying that. Back behind that cold front, temperatures will fall throughout the day. So our highs are going to come on Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, it will be decidedly colder. Shout out to Jeff W., who sent me this picture of Penny. Says Penny loves watching me on TV, but really just sleeps while Jeff's watching. So thanks for that pet pic. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com would love to put your pets on TV. And here's that 7-day forecast. Again, after 60s for the next 2 days, we're only going to see the upper 40s by Friday afternoon. We'll wake up in the 20s on Saturday morning before we'll get to about 48 for your high, and then back to nicer numbers to wrap up President's Day weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. We want to take you right out to the traffic in your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. In fact, the Lynn Solar mobile track right here. We're going 83 northbound, just passing Shawan Road here and moving up towards Belfast. This is the way that you have to get northbound or southbound because York is shut down. So traffic is definitely picking up on those stretches on your typical commutes because York Road is closed because of that water main break. Trending now, California Lottery reveals the name of the person who won a record-setting jackpot.
That jackpot, $2.04 billion. It was the largest in history for a lotto jackpot in the U.S., and California law requires the winner's name be revealed.
The name of the person who is the only player to match all 6 numbers of the historic Powerball drawing last November is Edwin Castro. We offer our sincere congratulations on this unbelievable and historic win.
Yeah, Castro, wow. He did decline the invitation to appear publicly at that announcement for privacy reasons.
I mean,
would do the same thing.
Yeah, that's all.
Now, of course, the winner had a choice of receiving the entire amount in annual payments for the next 30 years or getting a lower lump sum. Castro, he chose the lump sum, which actually knocks him out of being called a billionaire status. A mere $997.6 million right there.
I say poor him, but there is nothing poor about him. But man, to have to give your name, at least he didn't have to show his face. So a lot of people looking up Edwin Castro now in California. All right. Fox 45 News is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. Just ahead, the man who is using karate to instill life lessons to Baltimore's youngest generation.
And this is Black History Month. We're also highlighting the arts. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock, learn about how the musical Crowns is helping people embrace their own style. How about something else that we can embrace this morning?
Oh, sounds like a cup of coffee to me. It's time for a coffee break. 6:55. During the month of February, we are celebrating Black History Month by saluting champions of courage in our neighborhoods.
Now, this morning, we're highlighting the story of a man who for more than 5 decades has been building up our community through karate. But the lessons that he teaches his students go far beyond the sport. Olivia Dance reports.
Shotokan is a form of karate made up of 5 principles.
Seek perfection of character, be faithful, endeavor, respect others, and refrain from violent behavior.
Several days a week, both children and adults go to the Shotokan Karate Club of Maryland.
I had to practice each technique carefully. That's how I got the green belt.
The students practicing hard to perfect each principle and to earn their belts.
You can do anything that you want. You have to put your mind and focus on it.
Their teacher, Sensei Najib Baha Amin, taught directly by the world-renowned Mr. Okazaki.
I started going to Philadelphia to train with him. Of course, I was learning more, and the more I learned, the more I could pass on to my students.
And then, in the early 60s, Sensei Amin opened a nonprofit, the Shotokan Karate Club of Maryland.
I just hope I can continue to do this for many more years. At least I'm 90 years old now, so I don't expect to be here forever, but someone asked me when I was going to retire, and I told them they take us out feet first. We don't retire.
Well, this move is called punch, but what they do here at the club goes way beyond just karate.
You learn and build your character, and you learn the discipline inside your day-to-day life.
Parents from all over bring their children here to learn from Sensei Amin.
Before I went here, I used to act over everything and act like a baby. But here it gets me disciplined, and I learned how to self-control myself.
Hundreds of students and decades later, with each move, he's changing lives for the better.
Trying to get equality for people, regardless of race, color, or creed. And that's one of the things that we stress here. And as you can see, we have children from all walks of life here. So this is a common bond that brings us all together.
The impact spans across generations.
Having his wisdom is a great gift for me.
As Sensei Amin's son is now an instructor at the club.
We have kids who come here as school students, go away, get married, come back, like, oh my goodness. They come back all the time, just to have a conversation to explain to him how much he's meant to their own development and success.
The life lessons that Sensei Amin instills in so many in our community.
Wherever you go at Maryland, you will find it. So he is a real, true champion.
Is what makes him a champion of courage.
You know how to kick correctly.
Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
All this month, Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch the Champions of Courage special right here on Fox 45 on Sunday, February 26th at 11:30 a.m. You can also catch it later that day on MyTV Baltimore at 2 p.m. or Saturday evening, February 25th on the CW Baltimore.
The Board of Ethics determining sanctions against City Council President Nick Mosby today. Coming up, where a judge says he went wrong.
State's Attorney Ivan Bates is pushing a bill to crack down on gun crime in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the hurdles that the bill still faces.
A sad tragedy. I'm put it that way, sad tragedy.
Today, the 18-year-old accused of shooting and killing his 8-year-old brother will be in court. Coming up in our next half hour, the heartbreaking details that led up to that deadly encounter.
And focusing on the weather, our temperatures are going to be warmer this afternoon, although we do have some wind to go along with that. We'll talk about how long these spring-like numbers stick around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 15th, day after Valentine's Day. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, Sugar Rush, right?
That's what
now
I was
you're
wondering.
like, yeah. If you had some chocolate, we had a lot of strawberries in our house yesterday. They were delicious. We had a lot of food here yesterday.
Yeah,
too.
we sure did. Yeah, gotta pull that power. Bank angle, right? Nice little steep spiral down. That's how we do it. Yes. You know how to do it, right, Patrice?
That's right.
I don't know what you said. I just heard chocolate covered strawberries.
That's good.
That's the only thing
That's
that
all
registered.
Matters, right? Maybe we need some donuts to kind of counter all of that stuff. We
Little
didn't have any
hair of
donuts
a dog?
yesterday.
Hair of the dog, the picture,
Hair
right?
of the dog, yeah. No donuts at the donut place yesterday, which is crazy. We just had muffins. All right, here's a look out now on our Towson camera right now. Cloud cover is what we're seeing from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Not really tracking any rain showers at this time, and temperatures that have been in the mid to upper 40s for most of us. 47 Essex and Middle River, 46 Joppatown, 45 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So here's a look at your weather story for the day. Mostly cloudy morning. We will be warm and breezy for the afternoon with more sunshine, and then we are tracking those rain showers coming in tomorrow. But you're dry for your morning commute. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temps staying in the mid to upper 40s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. And now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. And there is a water main repair that is happening, and this is on York Road. It's actually shut down York Road. It's been a couple days now. It's a massive water main that broke right before Broadmead Senior Center. That is just north of Hunt Valley, and that's closed both directions. So you want to make sure that you avoid that if that's part of your morning commute. Now in your Session 2023 coverage, Baltimore's new top prosecutor, Ivan Bates, hoping to enforce tougher penalties for some gun offenses through a new bill today.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at the next steps for that bill. Olivia.
Yeah, so the next step is that at 1 today, Bates' bill will be heard in the Maryland House of Delegates, and his bill would increase the maximum sentence for misdemeanor illegal handgun violations to 5 years. But even before today's hearing, state leaders were jumping on board with his plan.
And as one of the public safety officers for the city of Baltimore, if he stated that this is one of the things to add to his toolbox to be able to keep the citizens, my neighbors, my friends, my family members in the city of Baltimore safe, then we're going to help him in his agenda.
I think that the proposed legislation is good and smart, and I plan on working with not just Ivan Bates, but then also the legislature as the bill makes it to my desk. A lot of the components that I see within the bill, I think are smart and good, and it's a bill that I'm going to sign.
Congressman Mfume is also among those supporting the bill. In fact, he just sent a letter to the Judiciary Committee of the House of Delegates showing his support of Bates' bill. The letter reads in part, quote, "We all want safer streets with fewer criminals. Too much violence happens with too many guns that are too readily available," end quote. And for some more background, under the current law, the maximum penalty for misdemeanor handgun violations from anyone between 18 and 20 years old is 5 years. The maximum penalty for people 21 and older is 3 years. Now, current law only requires anyone convicted to serve 25% of a misdemeanor sentence, and 25% of a 3-year sentence is less than a year. So even though the bill is gaining support, some lawmakers are questioning it, including Baltimore Senator Jill Carter. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's hearing to see what happens next. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This was a win for ethics in the city.
Continuing coverage this morning, happening today, the Board of Ethics is expected to meet to determine the sanctions against Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby.
Now, this comes after a judge found Mosby did violate ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name. Ultimately, the judge upholding 2 out of the 3 ethics violations.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with what we can expect today. Shannon.
Well, like you guys mentioned, Patrice, we can expect the board to meet later on today to determine sanctions against City Council President Nick Mosby. And the board chairman, Steve Fogelman, says at this point they are weighing their options. So we expect to find more on that later on today. But again, this comes just 2 days after a judge determined that when it comes to ethics, Mosby crossed a line.
Judge reaffirmed the board's decision that the ethics law's restriction on soliciting gifts are very broad, and an official cannot get around those restrictions by allowing third parties to fundraise on their behalf.
So going back almost a year ago, Council President Nick Mosby agreed to comply, then denied he'd done anything wrong after the Ethics Board lodged 3 ethics violations against him. They accused him of failing to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name, which was established for Mosby and his wife, former State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Now, Nick Mosby says that he didn't establish the fund and had no control of the $14,000 raised by that fund. In the end, though, the judge ruled this week that Mosby had indirectly solicited donations from the fund and that he had an obligation to report it. So the judge is now leaving it to the ethics board to determine penalties for Mosby. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News also pressing Mayor Brandon Scott about underperforming schools in Baltimore. At 23 city schools, 0 students tested proficient in math. That is 2,000 students not up to grade level. Yesterday, Mackenzie Frost asked the mayor about what needs to change.
How do you defend those results, and do you believe that there should be a change in leadership at city schools?
Well, I think a couple of things on that, Mackenzie. The reality is, despite you guys' inability to say it, that city schools, like school districts across these United States of America, have been experiencing decreases in math results between 2019 and 2022.
Mayor Scott went on to say the test results were predictable and said that city school leaders have already done a lot of work. Fox 45 News also asked the mayor if he thinks those schools should be shut down. We've not heard back. We have heard from parents and community members who are outraged over what is happening, and they want to see something done. KJ McKenzie, Vice Chair of the Maryland Black Republican Council, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
You are from Baltimore.
Yes.
What does it mean to you when you hear these results for city students?
It's tragic and it's sad, it's shameful, and I'm fearful for our generation, the kids in the city. We talk about jobs, we talk about, the mayor talks about having them get jobs, and how are they going to get jobs if you have kids who can't do basic math?
How did we get here, KJ? Is it one leader? Is it one superintendent? Is it a culture? Is it a lack of funding? What is it that has gotten us to this point?
I think it's a lot of things, but I think the number one thing is accountability. I mean, when I, as a parent, as a city resident, see the mayor on TV answering or not answering questions, he has an arrogant way about him, he's very dismissive. That is not what I want to hear from my mayor when he's presented with these test results. So I think it's a lack of accountability. I think you have a culture of a clique culture within city government, within the city council, within the school board, and no one is standing up for our children. That's what I think it is. And I'm sad because I haven't heard any city council people stand up about this, speak out about this. I haven't heard the mayor answer any real questions. He's been very dismissive, and it's frustrating, and I'm upset about it.
What would you like to see happen? How do we fix what's happening?
Oh my goodness. We need, as I mentioned, accountability. I do believe Dr. Stanalise needs to be removed. Her leadership has been lacking. We've seen failure after failure since she's been since 2016. And it needs to be a whole, they need to fix everything. So remove her. I think there needs to be oversight done and see what's really going on here. How do we know how to fix it when they won't answer any questions?
Some will say, though, this isn't singular to Baltimore City. The test scores for Baltimore County were just as dismal. In that situation, 8% of students were proficient, which means 92% are not proficient. So it is beyond just what's happening in the city. It is statewide. What are we seeing there? It's not just city, it's in the counties. What are we seeing?
Well, we're still at the bottom of the pack. Mm-hmm. So, that's unacceptable. I live in Baltimore City. Now, I understand that other counties are not doing as well, but we are doing very poorly, very poorly. And what can you say when one of the largest cities within, or the biggest cities within the state or in the country actually, can't teach their kids how to read? Mm-hmm. You can't teach kids basic math. This is unacceptable.
All right, KJ McKenzie, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, our reporting's on the problems in Baltimore City public schools making national headlines. On Fox's America's Newsroom, host Dana Perino talked with a mother of a Baltimore City public school student who says that she was alarmed by what Fox 45 News uncovered. That mother putting the blame on administration, including city school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises.
I was going to bed and my husband said, "Oh my gosh, look,
our son's school was on, and we sat up and we watched the story, and that was our first notification of how the children were testing at that school. I think that when we look at our CEO and we're seeing how much money she's making and we're still seeing that our students are not thriving, you're starting to question, where are the funds being allocated? Where are things going wrong? How come there's not enough early intervention?
Now, Dr. Santelises earns a base salary of more than $300,000 a year. Project Baltimore also found when you include the perks in her contract, she actually makes more like $445,000 per year. And this brings us to our question of the day. Should parents be given school choice if their child's school is failing? So far, 95% of voters have responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
7:10 later tonight, the city of East Palestine, Ohio, is hosting a town hall to try to provide answers regarding the recent train derailment.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the current situation. Megan?
Here's what we know right now, guys. Waterways along the Ohio River are still contaminated with hazardous chemicals after this derailment here, but officials now stressing that they are contained and not impacting local water supply. There are some residents, however, that are still feeling a little uneasy.
One of the bigger ones that were lost was the petroleum lube oil. Each tanker carries about 30,000 gallons of that, and there's 2 tankers unaccounted for. So that's almost 60,000 gallons of that petroleum lube oil that spilled out into our local soils.
To the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, contaminated waterways have led to the deaths of almost 3,500 fish. But as of right now, there is no evidence any animals on land have been impacted by this. We know the NTSB also conducting a safety investigation right now to determine what might have caused the derailment. Meantime, the rail's operator, Norfolk Southern, creating a $1 million fund to help the community clean up and continue air quality inspection. Again, that town hall meeting, it is set for tonight, happening at 7 o'clock. A lot of folks hoping for some answers. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Some Baltimore County residents waking up to a boil advisory this morning. Topping our next half hour, what led up to this advisory and where you can get water today if you live in those affected areas.
But first, you can help those impacted by the devastation hitting Turkey and Syria. But the red flags that you need to know before you decide to hit the donate button. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:14, the ongoing devastation in Turkey and Syria with those earthquakes and nearly 40,000 now dead, and the race to find survivors pulls on our heartstrings to try and do something. And there are dozens of agencies collecting money to send more aid, but are they actually sending the money? Joining us this morning for this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau. Angie, this is something every time we see this, it's devastating to hear what's going on there. And then it's even more devastating to hear that people are getting scammed. They're putting money thinking they're helping out, but the money never makes it to the people that need it.
Exactly. And I don't know about you, but on any of my social platforms, in the feeds, there are so many advertisements for donating. So it's really hot and heavy right now. Want to remind people you might get letters, emails, text messages. So the first thing to say is, always remember, when it's unsolicited, don't click on any of the links. So that has not, it's not specific about charities. It's just a really quick warning.
So you don't want to do that. Then there's also, what if you do want to give? I mean, you have 5 things that you've listed out for the Better Business Bureau that make sense. Some of them are ones that you've heard, but you really do need to go through that checklist mentally before you hit click and send money.
Exactly. First of all, I think it's really important to have clarity from that nonprofit what they're raising money to do. And how are they going to do it? Are they experienced in going into earthquake areas? Are they experienced in going in? And I want to give to charities who have real boots on the ground. The people, those nonprofits, those charities really have people. They have experience. And I'm not giving to a middleman, giving to you, and you're going to pass it over here. So
there's always fees, and sometimes it's only a small percentage of the money that you actually donated gets to them.
There you go. And that's another one. Make sure you're not giving money to a fundraiser. Frequently, fundraisers will keep a substantial amount of the money for themselves. It's their business. And then give a smaller percentage to the actual charity. So ask questions, how much of my donation will actually go to this relief effort? So be very specific. And Tom, just like everything we talk about, in this one, you got to pay with a credit card, just to be sure that if you're giving to a deceptive charity scammer, then you want to be able to,
be able to fight it. And because if you do use your debit card, it's much more difficult to try and get that back, because it's like exchanging cash. This one, credit cards, you can always fight. You say that for all sorts of things, and it's just another good reminder.
It's really truthful in charities. So many of them are overseas. They're operating in other countries. So what I want to ask people to do is, when you are giving to an international effort, please look up and make sure that charity is real and it exists. Don't click on links. Go into your web browser, look that up. And remember, fake charities do take names and flip the words around, so you think you're giving to one and they set it up.
Mimics like a legitimate one.
Exactly.
We don't want anybody to not give. We just want to make sure that they're actually giving to the right place. Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau, thank you.
Thank you.
7:18 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and talk about warmth.
Well, and Patrice, I was talking earlier about how I'm going to be grilling tonight.
Yes.
I don't even know what I'm doing with the chicken. I literally just started throwing some spices in there.
I know what you're doing.
What?
You're bringing some leftovers in.
I will.
The next day.
Depending on how good it tastes, because like I said, I was just kind of like this and that, and I put some lime juice in there, and I'm just letting it sit in the fridge, so we'll see what happens tonight. We're going to do kind of a Mexican theme, so I have the adobo in there, and I've got some garlic powder. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Garlic salt. I put pepper. Anyway. Whatever. We're going to eat it no matter what. And we're going to be grilling later today. Maybe you will as well. Just watch out for that wind. It is going to pick up. I'll show you that here in a sec. Right now, got a lot of cloud cover out there. The sun came up before 7 o'clock this morning. And even though it's cloudy now, we are expecting a lot more sunshine later today. Look at the wind gusts right now. Anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles an hour. Strongest wind gusts there reported in Westminster. But when we look at our future scan, that wind is really going to pick up from the south later today at 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's what's going to usher in the warmer air. We'll continue that trend on Thursday, even though we've got rain showers to go along with it, but it's still going to be breezy to windy each afternoon, again ushering in a lot of that warmer air. Now, we did see the potential of a couple of showers that were rolling around Gaithersburg and western Maryland earlier this morning. Really not seeing much of that actually hit the ground. It's a weak cold front that's going to be slowly passing through the area. The stronger cold front is what's taking place in the Central Plains and the Four Corners region. They're getting a ton of snow in the Front Range and the Four Corners region right now. Winter storm warnings all the way from New Mexico and Arizona all the way up into parts of Iowa and even Illinois. And then the difference there with the temperatures, the colder air and the warmer air, we have that potential severe weather outbreak. Friends in Arkansas over to Memphis and into northwestern Mississippi under that enhanced risk for severe weather, even back to Dallas and close to Nashville under that slight risk for severe weather. That's where some of those strong thunderstorms and possibly even tornadoes could be breaking out later today. We'll tap into that moisture tomorrow. We're not talking about severe weather here as the kids get out to the bus stop. Beep, beep, mid-40s this morning, but peel back those layers. The onion effect in play today, mid to upper 60s for our afternoon highs. Check these numbers, nowhere near our average. We're some 20 to 25 degrees above average around Baltimore, up into Towson, out through Perry Hall and White Marsh, Reisterstown down to Catonsville, even in Carroll County. And look at this, even in Cumberland, Western Maryland, we're talking about some lower 70s there, down through Richmond, even close to 70 in D.C. for the afternoon. Temps are going to fall off, however. We'll see those 40s return Friday afternoon and Saturday as well behind that cold front. But you can see on our future scan, more sunshine for today. Rain showers along that frontal boundary. The warm front tomorrow. That rain continues into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, especially as that cold front moves through early Friday morning. That's when we'll see the best chance of some of the heavier rain that's moving in. But as I mentioned, those temps dropping on Friday afternoon and especially on Saturday, but will dry out and warm back up into Sunday and Monday.
7:21 now as we take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as you see the cameras around our region, you see some slowdowns in those top two cameras, but there are no incidents causing the slowdowns. It is just that early morning rush hour commute out on the roadways. Now let's take a live look from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. This is in Cockeysville on York Road, where we know that that road has been closed because of the water main break. You can see it very clearly right there. The guys out there working, trying to get that repaired and get those roads back open.
Bottled water being handed out today for people under a boiled water advisory here in Baltimore County. Coming up, when you can pick up these cases and the steps you need to take to keep yourself safe.
This morning we're at the Lily Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, a powerful museum right here in the heart of Baltimore City. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
725, it's so Baltimore. West Baltimore is the backdrop for many Black American pioneers.
That community alone has given birth to Black history right in our city. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Lily Carroll Jackson Museum, learning more about this. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. That's right. Dr. Barnes is with us, of course, our historian. This is actually the home of where she lived, right, Doc?
Yes, this is the home of Dr. Lily Mae Carroll Jackson, who was the president of the Baltimore NAACP for over 35 years. This is where she met some of the giants in the civil rights movement, her allies, Thurgood Marshall, Clarence Mitchell Jr., and her daughter, Juanita Jackson Mitchell, who was the first Black woman in Maryland to practice law. But she would also meet individuals like Dr. Martin Luther King, wow, Rosa Parks, Jackie Robinson, but not in the 50s and 60s. We're talking a little later, or her work was earlier than that. So she mentored them while they did their work in the 50s and 60s. So she's a giant and known as the mother of the civil rights movement.
Wow. And Dr. Barnes, that's the thing about Baltimore. You talk about the pride in Baltimore, the rich history, not just civil rights, but just history in general, the beginning of the country on down to civil rights and more. And so we'll get into more of that, guys, but Dr. Barnes is going to guide us through it. And again, not just Black history, but also anytime these rich places are here to take advantage of here in Baltimore.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, you're exactly right. All right, Mark, thank you. If you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Breezy and warmer this afternoon with temperatures reaching the 60s.
The upper 60s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long these warmer temperatures are going to last.
An 18-year-old boy accused of killing his 8-year-old brother is in court today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at the charging documents. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about just how warm it's going to be. Yes.
Stretching it out.
Got that 7:30 stretch. The blood's flowing a little bit. Let me tell you, later this afternoon, want to get out for a run or a jog, taking the doggy out for a walk, any of those outdoor sports activities you have with the kids. Man, today is going to be the day. Now, you can see all the clouds that are out there right now. Don't you worry, friends. We're going to see more sunshine as we head later into the afternoon, and the wind is going to pick up, helping to really elevate those temperatures. Kind of like Gordon Ramsay elevates food. So mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive, even though we were tracking a few showers earlier this morning, not really coming to fruition. Again, down toward D.C., maybe a stray shower or two down there on the 295 and the 95 to the south. 67 for our high. Some will get close to that 70-degree mark with a breezy to windy afternoon, and the sun will be up until 5:44, extending those daylight hours as we're now in mid-February. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, looking at some of the cameras around the region here. Top two cameras showing the volume this morning for your morning commute. But otherwise, there's no real incidents, just two water main breaks, one in White Marsh, the other one in Sparks, and they're causing some major issues for your morning commutes if you travel through, especially if you take York Road in Sparks. And turning now to the counties under pressure, happening now, that boil water advisory issued for the area affected by the water main break in northern Baltimore County, right there in Hunt Valley and Sparks, including Cockeysville, Hunt Valley and Sparks areas.
DPW says that there is no known contamination, but as a precaution, it wants people to bring water to a full boil for at least 1 minute once service resumes.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Baltimore County this morning, where bottled water will be distributed later on today. Shannon.
Yeah, exactly. We're hearing that 1,900 customers are impacted by this boil water advisory, Tom, and at this point there is no word on when it's going to be lifted. But in the meantime here, you can see water maintenance crews are already set up, ready to give out water to everyone impacted. And then just to the left, notice the cases of water stacked up there. Now they are going to be handed out here at the USA Lacrosse on Loveton Circle. This is in Sparks Glencoe. Distribution, though, it doesn't start until noon, but it's going to last through 7 this evening. Now, here's a few things, though, to keep you safe. Remember, if you are in an area without water, once your service returns, you're going to need to boil it for 1 minute and then cool it before you do any of the things that are listed here on your screen. And that includes drinking it, brushing your teeth, washing fruits and vegetables, even preparing baby food and formula and making ice. And yes, you need to boil it even before you give it to your pets. Now, water does not have to be boiled, though, for bathing, just as long as you are not drinking that water. Again, the Maryland Department of Environment says this is a precautionary boil water advisory following this 20-inch water main break Monday evening, which impacted residents north of Shawan Road and York Road. The DPW water quality experts are going to be testing samples from the impacted area. And of course, as soon as we get an update on that, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 45 News. In the meantime, though, if you are impacted, you can come out here to the USA Lacrosse and pick up your water starting at noon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Also happening in Baltimore County this morning, police are hoping to identify this person as a part of the investigation into the body of a woman who was found near Lansdowne Middle School 2 weeks ago. And that woman has been identified as Audra Pineda. And police want to talk to this person you see right here on your screen. We've shared this picture on foxbaltimore.com so that you can get a better look.
The president of Baltimore County's police union says the detective shot during last week's manhunt for David Linthicum is improving. The union president tells Fox 45 doctors have removed Detective Jonathan Chee's breathing tube, and he is now able to talk. Linthicum is accused of shooting Detective Chee and another police officer. Linthicum waived his bail review, and a preliminary hearing now set for next month.
Sad for the family. I feel for the family because we don't know whether deliberately discharged or was an accidental discharge, so we don't know.
Happening today, Devin Wilson will be in court. He's the 18-year-old accused of shooting and killing his 8-year-old brother with a gun he allegedly traded for a puppy.
Wilson now faces first and second-degree murder charges, first-degree assault, and other firearm charges.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what we are learning from those charging documents. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom Patrice, that's right. Devin Wilson will be in court today, and he's being held without bail. But for some background information, on Friday, December 30th, officers responded to Wilson's home, which is just about a mile away from this police station here. Now, his home is at the corner of Pressbury and North Pulaski Streets. But charging documents obtained by Fox 45 News reveal details about the murder weapon. Investigators say that Wilson purchased the shotgun after having sold or traded a puppy for it. The court papers say Wilson was home with his 4 younger siblings when he called his mother to come home because the child had been shot. Wilson telling his father the boy accidentally shot himself. Police found Wilson's 8-year-old brother upstairs in the home with a gunshot wound, and he was later pronounced dead. That night, though, Police Commissioner Harrison called it a homicide investigation.
Our detectives will be working to find out what happened, and we will make sure that we will bring justice and hold whoever is responsible and accountable to the full extent of the law.
The charging documents also say they found Wilson sobbing and holding a black shotgun with the barrel placed to his forehead. But after a psychiatric evaluation, Wilson remains behind bars, facing murder charges for his brother's death. And you can also get updates on his court appearance on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The court hearing today comes after a particularly violent day in Baltimore City where there was 4 separate shootings. You can see that 3 included younger people. The most recent victim, 13-year-old, found wounded along Webb Court. This marks at least 16 juveniles who were shot this year. Less than an hour before that, someone shot and killed an 18-year-old on North Avenue right near Bel Air Road. And then in Pigtown, someone shot a 21-year-old man right in his head along Washington Boulevard. Police are also looking into a shooting along Rayshire Avenue in South Baltimore. We do not have video from that scene, but police tell Fox 45 News a 44-year-old is expected to survive. So far, no suspect information on any of these shootings. If you do have any information on these shootings, you are asked to call police. You can remain anonymous by contacting Metro Crime Stoppers. That number, 866-7-LOCK-UP.
While we are basking in the warmth today, other parts of the country, they're dealing with this. Significant winter storms. We're going to show you what many are waking up to this morning from our live center.
The next weather maker is on its way to the Baltimore region. How will our temperatures in the 60s impact it? Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists has that answer coming up. 7:37 is the time.
While we might feel temperatures near 70 degrees today, we are tracking some significant winter storms that are moving across the country right now.
Megan Gillen at our live center with a look at the current conditions there. Megan.
Yeah, there's several alerts happening right now here this morning. Let's go ahead and take a look here. We've got winter storm warnings from Arizona all the way up to Kansas here, then a winter storm watch that extends through southern Iowa, and then a separate blizzard warning around the Fargo area. They're looking at wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour expected here today. Let's go ahead and take you live to Colorado Springs, where you can see the snow already falling there. Residents there bracing for significant snow. In fact, some areas of the state they're forecasted to see up to 12 inches of snow. But I'll tell you what, guys, snow is just one part of this story here. The other, potentially more dangerous element comes this afternoon into tonight. Let's go ahead and take you live at our smart board to Little Rock, Arkansas, where severe storms are possible later today. The National Weather Service says 11 million people are at risk. As we pull this back up, and the area is shaded in yellow there, that's a slight risk, including Dallas. Another 2 million in the orange enhanced risk. That includes Memphis, where the National Weather Service is actually warning that they could see a nighttime tornado threat develop. And guys, that is very concerning, because tornadoes that strike in the middle of the night are twice as likely to be deadly, simply because people are asleep and they're not getting those warnings. As a result of that threat and that concern, the National Weather Service in Memphis sharing this tweet here, reminding families to prepare now. Forecasters say this is going to stick around as well. This is going to linger into tomorrow, into Thursday, with another chance for tornadoes, primarily across Mississippi and Alabama. In just a couple of minutes, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how this could impact us later this week. Today, we're just going to see 70s. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Megan. Today in Annapolis, Baltimore's top prosecutor hoping to enforce stricter penalties for some gun offenses. What are the next steps that would put this bill in motion?
But first, this morning's State House Spotlight. What the 2022 state testing results just released are saying about Maryland's education. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8 years ago, Maryland was number one, and we were focusing on education. We were investing more than what was required under the law. So if teachers or principals don't have the resources they need to support students, it makes it the challenges that already exist will get exacerbated.
Test scores recently released by the Maryland State Department of Education show a disturbing trend of schools throughout the state seeing a dramatic decrease in test scores. Baltimore City had some of the lowest. Democratic State Senator Mary Washington joined the morning show yesterday morning to weigh in on the scores and what can be done to address them in this legislative session. This morning, we're joined by Republican State Delegate Kathy Szeliga to get her take on the issue. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. Great to be on with you.
So this is not just a problem in Baltimore City. Baltimore County saw some of the same problems. Of the more than 8,000 eighth graders that were tested there, only 684 were grade level for math. So that's 8%, meaning 92% are not grade level. What is happening?
They're exactly right, Patrice. There are problems across the entire state. Clearly, some of it was pandemic related and kids not actually getting in the classroom for instruction. But there are other systemic problems clearly in our school systems. Yet at the same time, we have counties like Carroll County that are really excelling, and they've got, I think, 65% of their kids proficient in math. But the larger question is, in Baltimore City specifically, with the 23 schools where 0 kids are proficient in math, and that's going, some of them elementary, some elementary middle schools, how are we going to help them learn how to read, write, and do math? And so we, the Republicans, have a number of bills to address that issue. The Boost program is a scholarship program that Governor Hogan set up to help kids in chronically failing schools, like these 23 schools, get a scholarship to go to a non-public school. Unfortunately, Westmore cut the budget of that program, so we're going to work hard to restore that. We have bills to get more funding to school resource officers. Look, if kids don't feel safe in school, they're not going to be able to learn. But, my regards to Senator Washington, just putting more money into the program is not going to work. It's a bigger problem than money.
So we're talking again about the city schools, but in the county, at least 12 schools were not proficient, and several of those were high schools. So how do we get to a point where in high school you're still not able to read?
Right. I mean, this is so concerning. And we need to get back to the basics. School is teaching gender ideology, some, critical race theory, other things. And we need to really focus our schools back on basic skills. Holding kids accountable, holding teachers and schools accountable. Again, I'll go to Carroll County, which is our top school district in the state. They don't let kids go on after 3rd grade until they can show that they've met those grade level proficiencies. That's a great plan. It is just tragic when we have kids that get all the way to high school, they're promoted, and they're graduating and they're functionally illiterate. That's just a recipe for them to not have a happy and good future.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
7:49 is time to get another check with the weather, and it looks like another great warm day today.
Yeah, you got to get outside today.
It's just the hair that's going to be the issue. All of our TV hair. We're not going to be on TV this afternoon, which is good.
Listen, the first thing I do when I leave here is put it in a ponytail. So my hair is fine.
We need to keep all the hair we can. We don't want it to blow off.
Hanging on to it, yeah.
hang on to it for dear life. Well, yeah, but then a hat messes it up, and so yeah, the hats might blow off. We're going to have a lot of wind later today, but that is going to bring in the warmer temperatures. We do have a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now, and our temps have mainly stayed in the 40s here for the morning time. You can see on our HD radar just a few light showers from Severn down through Severna Park, just moved through Bowie and moving over toward Annapolis at this hour. This is being picked up on radar, so may or may not be actually seeing this. Pretty dry at the surface, but we are definitely seeing this little weak cold front that is trying to make its way through at this time. That's what that cloud cover is, and that's why some of the radar returns are being picked up there with shower activity. Most of the action is in the west. And look at this large snowstorm in parts of the Front Range from Denver down through Colorado Springs into Albuquerque, with winter storm warnings extending all the way up toward west of Chicago. That's the next weather maker. You've got the cold air in the western part of the country, the warm air out ahead of that, and the threat for severe weather increases from Dallas to Nashville today, especially around Memphis and parts of Arkansas. Level 3 on a scale of 1 to 5. That's an enhanced risk of severe weather. Tomorrow, that threat extends for most of Middle Tennessee down through the Mid-South and up toward the Midwest as that next weather maker moves in and brings us rain showers by the time we head toward the weekend, a little bit closer to the weekend. Good news is we're not expecting severe weather here. Next hour in the mid-40s. Overall, by lunchtime, hang on to your hats and napkins if you're going to eat outside, but right about 60 for your temperature at noon. And we're going to keep going up from there, mid to upper 60s as we head later into the afternoon today. So overall, 20 to 25 degrees warmer than where we typically are for mid-February. Even in western Maryland, some upper 60s and could see some lower 70s out near Cumberland, down toward D.C. today. 59 down the ocean, actually cooler in the eastern shore, but we're going to see those 60s for Philly and Baltimore and even 70 in Richmond for this afternoon. Here's why. We get a lot of that southerly wind. That's going to be picking up ahead of that cold front passing through. As we head into Wednesday afternoon, we do expect those clouds to move out of here. Again, breezy to windy conditions. Then a warm front moves in tomorrow. And with that, we've got some moisture associated from the Gulf of Mexico that's moving here. So that's why we'll see those rain showers starting tomorrow, mid-morning into the middle part of the day. Then later tomorrow afternoon, a little bit of a break. A few more showers late tomorrow evening and really early Friday morning. That's when we'll see that heaviest rain move through. Behind that, colder air, and those temperatures will drop on Friday afternoon and especially into Saturday. So on your 7-day forecast, after 60s for the next 2 days, we'll only be in the upper 40s on Friday. We wake up in the 20s Saturday morning, but we're back to the upper 40s with sun on Saturday afternoon and then warmer as we head towards Sunday and Monday of next week, President's Day next week.
With the Lily Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, Baltimore's best kept secret, we'll tell you more about it this morning.
Yesterday might have been the day for lovers, but today is the day for everyone who is single out there. Still to come, how Singles Awareness Day came to be.
Oh, and you know what? A perfect place to meet someone who may be single is in the coffee line.
Really? Maybe you're reaching for the creamer at the same time? Okay, I can see that.
Little spark.
It's time for a coffee break.
7:56 and trending now, your Valentine's Day celebrations. We love seeing them right here on Fox 45. Take a look at these. This is Denver on the left celebrating her first Valentine's Day. Thank you, Shadera, for sending this in.
Then in the middle, you have Penny. Kathy sent us this picture wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. And on the right is how Blue Destiny and Damien celebrated the holiday. Thank you, Naisha, for sending that one in.
Well, be sure to chime in your celebration. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackler.
We have a breezy and warmer afternoon ahead with temperatures in the 60s. In our 8 o'clock hour, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joins Justin Chambers to break down how this impacts our next weather maker. 7:57 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a pretty nice looking day.
2 weeks from today, meteorological spring.
Oh,
March 1st.
Oh, that's my daughter's birthday. She'll love that.
There you go.
I didn't realize it was that early.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
meteorological
2
spring.
weeks away, though.
Yeah. I mean, we're inside of 5 weeks until the spring equinox, ladies. And, you know, today, you might as well just go ahead and call it April, because we're going to see temps in the mid to upper 60s this afternoon, albeit a bit breezy to windy. We still are hanging out with some clouds right now as we look out over the inner harbor, but our temps have not been too bad. In fact, we're mainly in the mid to upper 40s right now. Bel Air, a cool spot there at 42, 46 Owens Mills out through Catonsville, 48 currently in Woodlawn. So here's a look at your next couple of hours and your out and about cast. Those numbers steadily climbing, upper 50s by 11, could hit 60 by noon, and then we'll be in those mid to upper 60s for our highs later today. And not only today, but tomorrow also staying in the 60s, even though we've got rain. Notice on Friday, yeah, we're back down to reality, just like Soul to Soul said. So we'll have another closer look at your forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Breaking news this morning, a fire breaks out at a row home in South Baltimore. Take a look at these pictures from the Baltimore Fire Department. They say no one was injured and the fire is under investigation. 8:01 now and happening today. Ivan Bates, Baltimore's top prosecutor, is hoping to enforce stricter penalties for some gun offenses through a new bill.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning. She's taking a closer look at what the next steps are for this bill. Olivia.
Yeah, so the next step is that today at 1, Bates' bill will be heard in the Maryland House of Delegates, and his bill would increase the maximum sentence for misdemeanor illegal handgun violations to 5 years. But even before today's hearing, state leaders were jumping on board with his plan.
And as one of the public safety officers for the city of Baltimore, if he stated that this is one of the things to add to his toolbox to be able to keep the citizens, my neighbors, my friends, my family members in the city of Baltimore safe, then we're going to help him in his agenda.
I think that the proposed legislation is good and smart, and I plan on working with not just Ivan Bates, but then also the legislature as the bill makes it to my desk. A lot of the components that I see within the bill, I think are smart and good, and it's a bill that I'm going to sign.
Congressman Mfume is also among those supporting the bill. In fact, he just sent a letter to the Judiciary Committee of the House of Delegates showing his support for the bill. The letter reads in part, quote, "We all want safer streets with fewer criminals. Too much violence happens with too many guns that are too readily available," end quote. And for some more background information, under the current law, the maximum penalty for misdemeanor handgun violations from anyone between 18 and 20 years old is 5 years. Now, the maximum penalty for people 21 and older is just 3 years. Current law only requires anyone convicted to serve 25% of a misdemeanor sentence, and 25% of a 3-year sentence is less than a year. So even though the bill is gaining support, some lawmakers are still questioning it, including Baltimore Senator Jill Carter. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's hearing to see what happens next. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Today's hearing comes after a particularly violent day in Baltimore City. Yesterday, there were 4 separate shootings, 3 of which included young people.
Well, the most recent victim is a 13-year-old boy that was found wounded along Webb Court. He is at least the 16th juvenile that has been shot this year. Less than an hour before that shooting, an 18-year-old was shot and killed on North Avenue right near Bel Air Road.
And in Pigtown, someone shot a 21-year-old man in the head along Washington Boulevard. Police are also looking into a shooting along Rayshire Avenue in South Baltimore. Now, we don't have video from that scene, but police tell Fox 45 News that a 44-year-old is expected to survive. So far, no suspect information in any of these shootings.
If you have any information in any of these shootings, you are asked to call police. If you want to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers, and that number is right there on your screen. It's 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
This was a win for ethics in the city.
Continuing coverage this morning, happening today, the Baltimore City Board of Ethics is expected to meet to determine the sanctions against Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby.
And it comes after a judge found that Mosby did violate ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name.
The judge ultimately upholding 2 out of 3 ethics violations.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with what we can expect here today. Shannon.
Well, like you guys mentioned, Megan, we can expect the board to meet today to determine sanctions against Mosby. And Chairman Steve Fogelman says at this point they are weighing their options. But this comes just 2 days after a judge determined that when it comes to ethics, Mosby crossed a line.
Judge reaffirmed the board's decision that the ethics law's restriction on soliciting gifts are very broad. And an official cannot get around those restrictions by allowing third parties to fundraise on their behalf.
But how did we get here in the first place? Remember, it was almost a year ago when Council President Nick Mosby agreed to comply, then denied he'd done anything wrong after the Ethics Board lodged 3 ethics violations against him. Now, they accused him of failing to report on city ethics forms a legal defense fund, which was established for both Mosby and his wife, former state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Now, the council president had long contended that he did not establish the fund and that he had no control of the $14,000 $100,000 raised by that fund. In the end, though, the judge ruled this week that Mosby had indirectly solicited donations from the fund and that he had an obligation to report it. So again, the judge is upholding 2 of the 3 violations that Mosby faced, but that judge is leaving it up to the ethics board, Megan and Patrice, to determine any penalties that will be made against him.
Shannon, can Mosby do anything at this point about the judge's decision?
Yes, in fact, he can appeal the judge's decision, Megan, in a court in Annapolis. But at this point, there is no word, or we really haven't heard on whether he plans to do that or not. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
A water main break leads to a boil water advisory in parts of Baltimore County, the impacted area, and where you can go to pick up bottled water.
Tracking just a few rain showers, but it's not really doing much. We'll get more rain, however, tomorrow, and the wind and the warmth is what we'll talk about today. Our Weather Authority team in the building to chat about it next.
(8:10). We are only halfway through February, but we've been enjoying warmer temperatures that make it feel more like springtime.
Turns out we're inching closer to our Weather Authority team joining us live right here in studio. Meteorologist Justin Chambers and Jasmine Lomax here with why we have been seeing such warm temperatures in the month of February. Guys, we'll let you take it away.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. I mean, this is what you and I have been talking about, Jasmine, backstage every morning. We go and talk about just how warm we are. And one of the reasons that we're seeing the warm temperatures, we know that wind is going to kick up later today.
Yes, that's part of the reason. And you can see from this map our streamlines. It's indicating the direction of the wind. So we've got red indicating our winds are coming from the south, so we're drawing in some of that warmer air
from the Gulf. that's what we see it. I mean, that warm air comes up from the Gulf, and that's what we're going to see with those winds increasing today. But there's another reason that we've been above average for a lot of February, right?
Yeah, it's not just today, not just February, but even January, above average temperatures. And part of the reason is La Nina. It's part of El Nino Southern Oscillation, which refers to temperatures in the Pacific, the equatorial Pacific.
You were just talking, too, about how it's going to help with the marine life there, the way those temperatures are in that part of the Pacific. But you think about that is really far away from us, but we got all of those above average temperatures, which is going to potentially lead to some severe weather across parts of the country today. I'll get it out there. And then for us, the warmer temperatures. Luckily, we're not looking at severe weather here tomorrow.
Yes, but we do have rain on the way, so people not only have to deal with the warm temperatures, but the rain as we deal with what has been a very, very warm winter so far.
All right, our little weather chat is done for now. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
A Baltimore City charter school will stay open for now. Why the city school's CEO doesn't think that the school should be shut down.
And a local story causing outrage nationwide. Up next, we're looking at whether or not national attention will force changes within struggling city schools. It is 8:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It's 8:14. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore City schools staying in the spotlight after Fox 45's Project Baltimore team finds that 23 Baltimore schools had 0 students proficient in math. Now local outrage growing into national concern. In fact, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo tweeting, quote, "This is a scandal." Republican Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina tweeting, "Failed leadership in our schools diminishes their opportunity for a brighter future." And George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley writing that he believes teachers are not treating students as human beings, but rather as captive listeners. Here to weigh in now with some local perspective, lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith. Pastor Smith, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Ms. Megan.
We did hear from the mayor yesterday, Mayor Scott, telling us that this is a statewide trend. Is that an answer to the problem? Do you even agree with that?
I think he said it was statewide and national. It's deflection. It's his way of not handling it. It's his way of admitting I have no control and I'm not going to do anything about it. I want to say this, please, Miss Megan. Everybody who's in a position to do anything about this is African American and Democrat. African American and Democrat. Not only is it a scandal, it's a shame. The reality is none of them have the heart or the courage to do what needs to be done.
Why? You know, they're in a position to help the students here get the education that they need and for our state to go on and do good things. I'm having a hard time understanding why, if the test scores are low, why there wouldn't be this rallying call to try and do something to change it.
You interviewed several parents who've concluded they don't care. It's obvious they don't care. Again, one-party rule in the city for 70 years. One-party rule in the state for 70 years. Everybody who could do anything about it is African American, just like me, and a Democrat, just like me. Just consider our governor. The governor found $3 million to fund people with no medical training to abort babies, yet he defunded the BOOST program, a voucher program that gave $3,100 to low-income families that will permit these parents to send their children to private schools. Why would he defund that program if he really cared?
You're bringing up a good point there. Is this political? We heard some people, as we're talking about charter schools possibly being closed, there have been some saying that this is politics. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. They're paying politics with our children. They've monetized our children. Each one of them is worth $21,000 apiece. The real answer is choice. But of course, it's probably a payoff to the teachers union. Think about that. At the expense of the future of our future, our children. The parent that you interviewed, Mr. Papps interviewed a week or so ago, nailed it. They don't care.
Well, we'll see what happens as a result of this. Certainly getting some national attention now, and we'll see how city schools respond. Pastor Smith, thank you.
Nothing will change until we change. Thank you.
Well, we do want to know what you think, too. Should parents be given school choice if their child's school is failing? So far, 95% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. Keep this conversation going.
Well, it is 8:18 now. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Hi, Justin.
Hi, Megan. Hi, Patrice. I thought I was at the desk. I walked over there, and guess we're not on that. So our look at live cam. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, we are tracking some cloud cover that's out there at this time, and our temperatures that have been a little bit mild. We are picking up a little bit of that southerly wind, about 8 to 15 miles an hour. We are seeing those wind barbs right there. What we looked at and what we talked about a moment ago with Jasmine and myself is that wind that's going to pick up later today out of the south at 20 to 25 miles an hour. Continuing to see those wind gusts as we head into Thursday as well. So even though we have rain tomorrow, we're still going to be dealing with more of that south and southwesterly wind. And that's what's going to really help in to usher those warmer temperatures. So here's a look at our HD radar. Some of those showers just moved through Annapolis, crossing the Bay Bridge out toward the eastern shore. Not much in the way of actual rain. It's this weak cold front that's coming through. The warmer temperatures are going to be here before you know it. And these are the cold temperatures with the snow that is taking place in the Four Corners region from Albuquerque up to Denver. Getting a ton of snow right there. Those winter storms could extend all the way out toward the Midwest by later today. And then that cold air interacting with the warm air. This is where we have that threat for severe weather from Dallas to Memphis, especially in Memphis and West Tennessee, down through parts of Arkansas and the Mississippi River Valley. That's a 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 with that enhanced risk. Luckily, we're not tracking severe weather here, but we do have rain tomorrow. So golfers today, get out there on your forecast. We will see at least a 1, if not a 2 club wind for the afternoon with temperatures that will get to 60 by noontime and mid to upper 60s later today. Check out the average high. It's 46. So nowhere near that number across the region. Perry Hall, White Marsh, out through Dundalk, Essex, and Middle River. 67 in Baltimore, 65 in Eldersburg, Westminster, Hamchester, as they like to call it there. 66 in Ellicott City and 67 your temp in Elk Ridge with mid to upper 60s for you down through Anne Arundel County. And look at that, even 70 possible in Cumberland in western Maryland today, down through Richmond, 68 in the district this afternoon. So here's the future scan. Again, we're going to see those clouds move out of here. More sunshine with breezy to windy conditions today. Tomorrow, the warm front rolls in. That's going to come with some moisture. So 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, some rain showers, heavy at times, off and on showers through Thursday afternoon. The bulk of that rain comes in Thursday night into Friday morning, and then that cold air is going to come in behind that cold front. So our temps will drop on Friday and only be in the upper 40s by the time we head into Friday afternoon. Waking up in the 20s Saturday morning and back to the upper 40s for the day on Saturday. But then we warm right back up. Sunday and Monday toward President's Day, we're looking pretty good. Patrice?
All right, thanks, Justin. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are seeing a lot of traffic throughout the Baltimore region this morning. On the inner loop, there is a crash just before Paring Parkway. 2 vehicles involved there, and that's causing the left lane and the shoulder to be closed. Then on 95 South, right before Keith Avenue, there is another 2-vehicle crash, and both of those shoulders are closed.
If you are a fan of TikTok, you better be able to afford it. Why? You may have to start paying to watch videos from some of your favorite creators. It's 8:21 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.24, it's so Baltimore. Our city holds so much Black history, with West Baltimore being the birthplace of many Black American pioneers.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Lily Carroll Jackson Museum learning more about the civil rights leader. Hey, Mark.
How many do I get?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Dr. Barnes is with us, and again, you know, there's so many tie-ins to other people in history through Lily Carroll Jackson. And this, again, this amazing home is also tied in. So talk to us about that, Dr. Barnes.
Well, this museum features a lot of different people. It's 3 floors, 6 galleries. And Mrs. Jackson really wanted us to know and recognize that it was an interracial movement, civil rights was an interracial movement, and that it took everybody in the community to make it successful. And here we'll see one of her staunchest allies, Margaret Thomas Carey, who was a Quaker and who had abolitionist roots. Her great-grandfather was James Carey of Loudoun, who was the co-founder of the Maryland Abolition Society, but he also donated the land for Sharp Street Church here in Baltimore, which Morgan State University grew out of.
Also, there's a tie to the Mitchell family, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Of course, her son-in-law was Clarence Mitchell Jr.,
Wow.
married to her daughter, Juanita Jackson Mitchell.
Wow. See, this is what we're talking about, guys. My grandfather used to say, the more you read, the more you realize how ignorant you are. And so, thank goodness we have people like you to share the information and places like this to also share their information, guys. We have more coming up later on in the show, but we're learning stuff this morning.
We are. That's good history. Thank you, Mark.
We're going to put more information on our website as well. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We are warming up today with temperatures in the upper 60s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know how long those warm temperatures will stick around. That's in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Bottled water being handed out here in Baltimore County for people under a boil water advisory. Coming up, when you can pick up these cases and the steps you need to take to keep yourself safe.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday, February 15th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We represent Baltimore sports.
I know.
Ravens,
look at us.
O's, come on.
And
you know?
you're right on because spring training starts
Pitchers and catchers.
today. Holy moly.
I don't know where I've heard that, but somebody's been pretty noisy around here about that for
That's
a couple
awesome.
months now.
Look, I went to the closet last night. I saw the orange. I'm like, I'm doing it. I'm doing Wear Orange Wednesday, even though it's not even the season. But pitchers and catchers today. And then we've got spring training. We've got the first game for spring training next Saturday. I mean, all that stuff is just happening. Before you know it, we'll be talking about
It feels like baseball weather.
It does.
It does.
67 for our high today. Hello. That's more April than February. Or is it brewery? I'm not sure. Our Towson Cam, we got a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. Our temps are kind of holding on to the upper 40s and lower 50s right now. Westminster at 50, 48 Baltimore, 47 Annapolis, and 46 your temp in Bel Air. So if you're going to be out for a jog or a run next few hours in the lower 50s, overall kind of mild. And our quick glance forecast, high of 67, some 20 to 25 degrees above average. Some in the state could see temps in the lower 70s by this afternoon. That's just crazy for February 15th. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the cool down for this weekend. That's in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have some breaking news just coming into our newsroom this morning. Now getting word, two teenagers were shot overnight. This was in East Baltimore. Hearing that just after 11 last night, police say they responded to a shots fired call at Asquith Street right next to Dunbar High School. There they found a 14-year-old suffering from gunshot wounds. Then they got word a 13-year-old girl was also shot. Both of the victims were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
8:31 and now the county's under pressure. A live look right now from our Lens Solar mobile track. It's at the sinkhole and water main break right in front of the Broadmead Senior Center. The reason behind a boil advisory.
That's right. That boil water advisory remains in effect for that area in northern Baltimore County, and that includes Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, and also Sparks.
DPW says that there is no known contamination in the water, but as a precaution, they say just to bring water to a full boil for at least a minute before using it, even after water service resumes.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live in Baltimore County this morning, where bottled water will be distributed today. Where's that happening, Shannon?
Well, it's happening right here behind me, Megan, right here at the USA Lacrosse. This is on Loveton Circle in Sparks, Glencoe, and you can see those cases lined up there even now. You can also see the city water maintenance crew ready to hand out water to everyone impacted. But distribution is not going to start until noon, and then it's going to last through 7 this evening. Now, in the meantime, though, a few things to keep you safe. Remember, if you are in an area without water, once your service returns, you're going to need to boil it for 1 minute and then cool it before you do any of the things that are listed right here on your screen. So that includes drinking it, brushing your teeth, washing fruits and vegetables, preparing baby food and formula, and also making ice as well. And yes, you need to boil it before giving it to your pets. Now, water does not have to be boiled, though, for bathing, as long as you are not drinking that water. Again, the Maryland Department of Environment says this is a precautionary boil water advisory following that 20-inch water main break Monday evening, which impacted residents north of Shawan Road and York Road as well. Now, DPW water quality experts are going to be testing samples from the impacted area. Of course, as soon as we get an update from them, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 45 News. But in the meantime, starting at noon, you can come here and pick up your cases of water. Reporting live in Sparks, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Sad for the family. I feel for the family because we don't know whether it was deliberately discharged or was an accidental discharge, so we don't know.
Happening today, Devin Wilson will be in court. He is the 18-year-old that is accused of shooting and killing his 8-year-old brother back in December with a gun that he allegedly traded for a puppy.
Wilson now faces first and second-degree murder charges, first-degree assault, and other firearm charges.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with what we're learning from the charging documents. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan and Tom, that's right. Devin Wilson will be in court today, and he's being held without bail. But for some background information, on Friday, December 30th, officers responded to Wilson's home, which is just about a mile away from this police station here. Now, his home is at the corner of Pressbury and North Pulaski Streets, but charging documents obtained by Fox 45 News reveal details about the murder weapon. Investigators say that Wilson purchased the shotgun after having sold or traded a puppy for it. The court papers say Wilson was home with his 4 younger siblings when he called his mother to come home because the child had been shot. Wilson telling his father the boy accidentally shot himself. Police found Wilson's 8-year-old brother upstairs in the home with a gunshot wound. Now, he was later pronounced dead, but that night, Police Commissioner Harrison called it a homicide investigation.
Our detectives will be working to find out what happened, and we will make sure that we will bring justice and hold whoever is responsible and accountable to the full extent of the law.
The charging documents also say they found Wilson sobbing and holding a black shotgun with the barrel placed to his forehead. But after a psychiatric evaluation, Wilson remains behind bars facing murder charges for his brother's death. And you can get updates on his court appearance on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom after being at risk of losing its charter. City Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending Boys Collegiate Charter School stay open with some conditions.
I will tell you that there was a palpable difference, and staff agreed, in the climate of a school that, frankly, a year and a half ago was in complete disarray. And that was not what I found when I walked in, unannounced, by the way. We will actually have a high-performing school for young men in Baltimore.
Now, the Board of Commissioners will have the final say whether to accept Dr. Sonia Santelises' recommendation or not. They are set to vote February 23rd.
Fox 45 News spoke with former City Councilman Carl Stokes, who also ran a charter school in Baltimore City that was shut down several years ago. He believes Baltimore Collegiate School for boys like Stokes' former school is the target of politics.
Yeah, I found it was very political. The CEO told me that she was closing the school for personal reasons, political reasons, as a matter of fact. And I think that's the same thing going on here.
Well, the charter school will have 4 minutes to defend itself tomorrow before a final ruling is made.
Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, in our 7 o'clock hour, I should say, past, we spoke with KJ McKenzie, a concerned parent and vice chair of the Maryland Black Republican Council. We asked her what needs to happen moving forward.
We need, as I mentioned, accountability. I do believe Dr. Santelises needs to be removed. Her leadership has been lacking. We've seen failure after failure since she's been in, since 2016. And it needs to be a whole, they need to fix everything. So remove her. I think there needs to be oversight done and see what's really going on here. How do we know how to fix it when they won't answer any questions?
If you want to watch our full interview with KJ McKenzie, you can head over to our website right now at foxbaltimore.com. People in Ohio community questioning their safety this morning following that massive train derailment in Burnoff. They call now to lift evacuation orders that has some on edge.
And highs will be in the 60s this afternoon, nearing 70. But we are already tracking our next chance for rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to break it all down for us ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. From our live center here this morning, later tonight, we know the city of East Palestine, Ohio, is hosting a town hall to try and provide answers regarding that recent train derailment. Right now, as a result of this explosion here, we know waterways along the Ohio River are still contaminated with hazardous chemicals, but officials stress that they are contained and they are not impacting the local water supply. Some residents, however, still feeling a little uneasy.
One of the bigger ones that were lost was the petroleum lube oil. Each tanker carries about 30,000 gallons of that, and there's 2 tankers unaccounted for. So that's almost 60,000 gallons of that petroleum lube oil that spilled out into our local soils.
According to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, contaminated waterways have led to the deaths of almost 3,500 fish. But as of right now, there is no evidence any animals on land have been impacted by this. We know the NTSB also conducting a safety investigation to determine what might have caused this derailment. Meantime, the rail's operator, Norfolk Southern, creating a $1 million fund to help the community clean up and continue air quality inspection. Again, that town hall meeting set for 7 o'clock tonight. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center.
And Baltimore's top prosecutor pushing for stricter penalties for gun offenses. The bill hearing happening today in Annapolis, and the lawmakers questioning Ivan Bates' legislation. And keeping your heart healthy in a post-COVID world. Still ahead, we'll take a look at the communities that are disproportionately now being impacted by cardiovascular disease. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45's Morning News, all local, all morning. .845, the American Heart Association releasing its 2023 statistical update, which showed more people died from cardiovascular-related causes in 2020. That's the first year of the COVID pandemic. Largest increases of death were seen among Black, Hispanic, and Asian people. Now, one of the lead authors of the American Heart Association's update and associate professor of Johns Hopkins School of Nursing, Dr. Yvonne Commodore-Mensah, is joining us now to explain. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are seeing now these numbers here that we're talking about. Heart disease has always been unbelievably high in America, but because COVID's impact on cardiovascular health, that's what these numbers are showing, and there's increases in certain populations. Why is that?
Well, thank you so much for having me, and I'm glad that we are paying attention to this issue. As you pointed out, since 2003, we had seen a steady decline in the number of people dying from cardiovascular disease. But as you pointed out, unfortunately, in 2020, for the first time, we've seen an increase in the number of people dying from cardiovascular disease, and especially among Black, Hispanic, and Asian people. So what explains some of these increased deaths in these populations? Well, look no further than what we call structural factors, right? We know that there's no biological basis for the difference in these deaths from cardiovascular disease. But one of the challenges is that we have unequal access to healthcare in this country. So what do we mean by that? So certain populations may not have health insurance. They may not have access to a primary care provider. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that people delayed seeking care for their chronic conditions, such as cardiovascular disease or risk factors for these conditions. So those delays.
Right. So it's not really, we're not talking about, okay, because I want to clarify right here, because a lot of people will say, oh, okay, it's because of the vaccinations may have played in this. That's not part of this. That's not what you're saying here. Okay.
Right. That's not part of it at all. So we know what contributes to cardiovascular disease and stroke. And there are specific risk factors such as hypertension, diabetes, obesity, poor diet, and inadequate physical activity, smoking. Those are the factors that contribute to cardiovascular disease and explain these deaths, but these cannot be attributed to vaccinations, for instance. But we know what we can do to prevent all of these conditions, right? We know that a healthy diet is linked to a lower risk for heart disease. We know that getting enough physical activity is also linked to a lower risk for cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, and I mean, according to the CDC's own study that said on 2020, white men, 22.7% of deaths. Asians are at 20% for males, 18.9 over 20% for blacks. Hispanics are the lowest, though. They're at 15.8%. But those are the numbers that have climbed up to what whites have been experiencing with death with cardiovascular disease.
Exactly. Okay. So during 2020, we've seen that people delayed seeking care for their chronic conditions, and they were doing this to avoid contracting COVID-19. And so, unfortunately, these delays have contributed to the increase in deaths that we've seen since 2020. We don't have the numbers for 2021 and 2022. Hopefully they are better than 2020, but very early on in the pandemic, we know that unfortunately these delays may have contributed to higher deaths from cardiovascular disease.
Dr. Yvonne Commodore-Mensah, thank you so much for the study, and we'll be checking back in with you. Hopefully that trend will reverse and we'll go back better here whenever those numbers come out. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Sure.
Time now, 8:49, and we want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, we're talking about a warm afternoon, guys. We had lower 60s yesterday, lots of sunshine. It's cloudy right now, but don't you worry, because we're going to see more sun later today as these clouds roll out of here. You have a question, Tom? Tom has a meteorological question.
Is the blanket of clouds keeping the heat in?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a great question, Tom. It acts like an insulator. So whenever we have that cloud cover that rolls in, especially in the overnight hours, it traps any of that heat and disallows radiational cooling. When you have the lack of cloud cover, we have radiational cooling, all the heat that's trapped in the ground during the day able to rise up. And that's why we see those colder mornings when it's clear. Man, Tom, with a little, I love that. Just prompting a question, getting me to think this morning. This is like my last hit, too. 48 your temperature in Towson right now. Southeast wind about 5 to 10 miles an hour. That wind is going to pick up later today. We are seeing just a few of those light showers from Annapolis right across the Bay Bridge over to Queenstown into parts of the eastern shore at this time. Overall, it's this weak little cold front that is coming through. As we head later into the day today, that southerly wind is going to pick up and help to kind of flush out that cloud cover. There's Hank the Bird right there. Yeah, he's excited about the O's and the fact that spring training is about to get underway. 60 by noon and into the mid to upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And speaking of birds, if you want to fly like a bird today or fly like an eagle, VFR conditions and a bit breezy this afternoon, pilots. So just know we got visual flight rules, but have to deal with some of that southerly wind. 67 in Baltimore City, 63 in Annapolis, low to mid 60s, Bel Air, Cockeysville, Westminster, anywhere you look, we got 60s for you. I feel like Oprah, you get 60s, you get 60s. Cumberland, you get 70s into western Maryland and down into Richmond this afternoon, even close to 70 in D.C. Here's a look at our future scan. We got that cloud cover here, but moving out through the afternoon, tomorrow a warm front that's going to bring in more of the warmer air and those rainy conditions. That's going to be especially about 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Off and on showers to the afternoon, and then more rain comes in right along the cold front that comes in Thursday night into Friday morning. So it's going to be a wet commute both days. Friday afternoon, we're done with the rain, but then that cold air comes in right behind it and drops our temperatures. Highs Friday are going to come in the morning time. So that 49 number, that's going to be about midday. It'll actually be colder as we head later into the afternoon. Waking up to the 20s on Saturday morning before we get to the upper 40s for the day, but we're dry for President's Day weekend, even warmer back into Sunday and Monday. Shout out to Terry. You know, speaking of the cloud cover we were just talking about, this is what it looked like a couple days ago, and a little shelf cloud action there, even though it wasn't an official shelf cloud, but it sure looked like one. Terry, thanks for that picture, and we would love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
You know, speaking of pictures, we want to share some of the photos some of our viewers have been sending in from Valentine's Day.
Well, that's a great shot right there, but that's not what we're talking about. Cindy sent us this picture of her dog, Bagby, showing some Valentine's Day love right there.
Then we've got Juanita, who sent us this photo of her granddaughter. She's dressed to impress. Super cute.
Finally, Judy sent us this picture of Toby and Pierre, showing that love knows no boundaries.
That's cute. We want to see your Valentine's Day photos. All you have to do is scan that QR code right there on your screen, and that's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and maybe you'll see them on air. And this is all powered by Stackbuck.
Cat and a rabbit we're hugging. I got it now. Valentine's Day is a day to celebrate couples, but the day after, oh, it's all about the single people.
That's today. Today is Singles Awareness Day. What does that mean?
You're very aware that you are single.
Very aware. Okay, one report says it was started so single people could enjoy time with their friends rather than think about being single. You can do that every day.
You can, but so if you are single and you like it, or even if you don't like it, why not go out and have some fun today? Go singles.
There you go. Well, the nation's oldest historically black athletic conference is coming to Baltimore next week. And our next half hour, we're going to speak with the commissioner of the CIAA about what you can expect to see at CFG Bank Arena.
New chapter begins for the Baltimore Ravens, why quarterbacks, receivers are grinning ear to ear with the hiring of a new offensive coordinator.
And something that makes us grin ear to ear, coffee. I think it's time for a coffee break.
Yes, it is. Get your sip on. Singles.
It is 8:56, topping your morning business report. Hyundai and Kia are fixing a problem that made some of their vehicles easy to steal. The issue is with Hyundais and Kias made between 2015 and 2019, and those cars have turnkey ignitions, not push-start buttons. The vehicles with turnkey ignitions are roughly twice as likely to be stolen as other vehicles of a similar age. Now, the reason is many lack some of the basic auto theft prevention technology included in most other vehicles. Hyundai and Kia have a fix. It's a software patch, and it is free for owners. Subway is confirming it is tentatively up for sale. In a statement, the chain says it is exploring possibilities, but the 58-year-old company says it has no indication of timing or assurance a sale will actually happen. It is valued at more than $10 billion, according to a Wall Street Journal article, and that could make this one of the biggest fast food industry deals in recent years. Tightening your budget because of today's high prices doesn't mean that you have to give up on skincare. Genevieve Gorder is here with a deal on one of her favorite beauty secrets. Here's today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, we have one of the hottest trends from one of your favorite beauty brands and anti-aging brands, Wrinkles Schminkles. Now, every time they come onto the show, and they've been coming on since the very beginning, we sell out. So pay attention because this is a new product. These are their self-dissolving microneedle patches, and here's how they work. You simply peel off the patch, apply with a bit of pressure, and you'll start to see the incredible results. I like to wear these overnight, and they literally melt into your skin. The microneedles are actually crystals on the patch infused with ingredients to plump and hydrate your skin, just like microneedling. A favorite celebrity skin treatment that you can now do at home. Collagen and peptides melt away and infuse deep down into the skin, helping smooth those fine lines and wrinkles, whether it's around your mouth, by your eyes, between your eyes. We all have our areas. Now, most skin treatments sit on top of your skin. The patches work below the surface, and the results come from inside out, into the dermal layers of your skin. We always sell out on Wrinkles Schminkles, so do not wait on this. They come in a pack of 4. Get a few boxes, try them out. Trust me, the results are fantastic. The deal on Wrinkles Schminkles microneedle patches is 25% off. These are a must-have in any beauty routine. Simply go to asadeals.com.
The Board of Ethics determining sanctions against City Council President Nick Mosby today. Coming up, where a judge says he went wrong.
And we're in for a warm day, all ahead of our next weather maker, which will bring rain. I'll let you know when to expect that rain coming up in my full forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in our forecast.
Well, it's going to be another nice day. We've just been enjoying these very warm temperatures, and the trend continues into the afternoon. We're getting ready for one of our warmest days of the year so far. Current temperatures already in the 50s and above our average for this time of year. 51 over Towson with mostly cloudy skies. Across the state, temperatures are in the 40s and the 50s, and we're going to see these numbers gradually rise to the upper 60s. That is well above our average of 46, and that trend continues tomorrow, but we're in for cooler numbers on Friday. I'll let you know when to expect the next weather maker and how cool temperatures get over the weekend in my full forecast.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, the accident on 695 Inner Loop in Parkville has been moved to the left shoulder, and our cameras are showing that the cars started to move through that area again, maybe a little more slowly, but they're moving. Now, let's take a look at your breaking news this morning. 2 teenagers shot overnight in East Baltimore. Just after 11 last night, police responded to a shots fired call at Asquith Street, right next to Dunbar High School. There they found a 14-year-old suffering from gunshot wounds, and then they got word that a 13-year-old female was shot. Both of the victims were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Well, this shooting is in addition to 4 other shootings that happened yesterday. Around 8 last night, Police found a 13-year-old wounded along Webb Court.
Less than an hour before that, someone shot and killed an 18-year-old on North Avenue near Bel Air Road. Then in Pigtown, someone shot a 21-year-old man in his head along Washington Boulevard. Police also looking into a shooting along Rayshire Avenue in South Baltimore. We don't have video from that scene, but police tell Fox 45 News that a 44-year-old is expected to survive. So far, no suspect information in any of these shootings.
If you have any information, you are asked to call police. You can remain anonymous by contacting Metro Crime Stoppers, and that number's right there on your screen. It is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In your Session 2023 coverage, Baltimore's new top prosecutor Ivan Bates is hoping to enforce tougher penalties for some gun offenses through a new bill today.
Olivia Dance joining us live with a closer look at the next steps for this bill. Olivia?
Yes, so the next steps are that at 1 today, Bates' bill will be heard in the Maryland House of Delegates, and his bill would increase the maximum sentence for misdemeanor illegal handgun violations to 5 years. But even before today's hearing, state leaders were jumping on board to support his plan.
And as one of the public safety officers for the city of Baltimore, if he stated that this is one of the things to add to his toolbox to be able to keep the citizens, my neighbors, my friends, my family members in the city of Baltimore safe, then we're going to help him in his agenda.
I think that the proposed legislation is good and smart, and I plan on working with not just Ivan Bates, but then also the legislature as the bill makes it to my desk. A lot of the components that I see within the bill, I think are smart and good, and it's a bill that I'm going to sign.
Congressman Mfume is also among those supporting the bill. In fact, he just sent a letter to the Judiciary Committee of the House of Delegates showing his support for the bill. The letter reads in part, quote, "We all want safer streets with fewer criminals. Too much violence happens with too many guns that are too readily available," end quote. And for some more background information, under the current law, the maximum penalty for misdemeanor handgun violations from anyone between 18 and 20 years old is 5 years. Now, the maximum penalty for people 21 and older is just 3 years. Current law only requires anyone convicted to serve 25% of a misdemeanor sentence, and 25% of a 3-year sentence is less than a year. So even though the bill is gaining support, there are still some lawmakers who are questioning it, including Baltimore Senator Jill Carter. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's hearing to see what happens next. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This was a win for ethics in the city.
Continuing coverage this morning, happening today, the Board of Ethics is expected to meet to determine the sanctions against Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby.
This comes after a judge found Mosby did violate ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name. Ultimately, the judge upholding 2 out of 3 ethics violations.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with exactly what we can expect today. Shannon.
Well, like you guys mentioned, Patrice, we can expect the board to meet today to determine sanctions against Mosby. And Chairman Steve Fogelman says at this point they are still weighing their options. But we do know that this comes 2 days after a judge ruled that when it comes to ethics, Mosby crossed a line.
Judge reaffirmed the board's decision that the ethics law's restriction on soliciting gifts are very broad, and an official cannot get around those restrictions by allowing third parties to fundraise on their behalf.
But how did we get here in the first place? Well, remember, it was almost a year ago when Council President Nick Mosby agreed to comply, then denied he'd done anything wrong after the Ethics Board lodged 3 ethics violations against him. They accused him of failing to report on City Ethics Forum's illegal defense fund, which was established for Mosby and his wife, former State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Now, the council president had long contended that he did not establish the fund and had no control of the $14,000 raised by that fund. In the end, though, the judge ruled this week that Mosby had indirectly solicited donations from that fund and that he had an obligation to report that. So again, the judge is upholding 2 of those 3 ethics violations that Mosby is facing, but the judge is leaving it up to the ethics board to decide the penalties against Mosby. Patrice?
Actually, Shannon, I'll take it from here. Can Mosby do anything at this point about the judge's decision?
So actually, yes, he can. He can appeal the judge's decision, Megan, in a court in Annapolis. But at this point, we haven't received any word or indication that he's planning to do that. Of course, if we do hear more on this, we'll keep you posted. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Right now, Nick Mosby's wife, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, is waiting for her federal trial. She was indicted on 4 federal charges more than a year ago. Weeks ago, the judge in the case allowed Mosby's entire defense team to withdraw from the case. Public defender James White is now defending her. Her trial has been delayed a 3rd time because of it. During a status conference on Friday, it was revealed that the trial likely won't happen until September or October. New details this morning in the Chinese spy balloon shot down off the South Carolina coast.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what are we learning about this?
Well, the U.S. military's Northern Command has located electronics, including sensors that were likely used for intelligence gathering, and that will expand the FBI's evidence study to determine the extent of how much information China was actually able to steal. Now, the U.S. has still not been able to locate debris from the other 3 objects that were shot down over North American airspace recently. Meanwhile, calls are increasing from both sides for greater transparency from the White House on this. Many Senate Republicans say President Biden should address the nation on the ongoing operation and investigations into what these objects are and how much we know about them. Congress members were given a classified briefing by military officials Tuesday, but they still want more answers.
Kayla, let's switch gears and talk now about the latest on the debt limit fight. Speaker Kevin McCarthy attempting to give some reassurances. What do we know about what's happening there?
So House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is reassuring moderate Republicans that the U.S. will not default on the nation's debt as he negotiates the debt limit right now with Democrats. This appears to be a tactic to avoid having some moderate Republicans flip and join Democrats to raise the debt limit without Democrats conceding any cuts in government spending. Democrats are still saying they're not willing to negotiate on the matter. McCarthy says any attempt for moderate Republicans to join Democrats in immediately raising the debt ceiling without conditions would ruin his leverage right now for negotiations. President Biden and the GOP are expected to lay out their proposed budgets by March 9th. The president said he will include ideas for budget cuts, and both parties agree Social Security and Medicare are completely off the table. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Today's number of the day takes a look at the Supreme Court. 42% of voters say they have a favorable opinion of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. A recent Scott Rasmussen National Survey got voters to give their thoughts on all 9 justices of the nation's highest court. The poll found that voters in general have favorable opinions of the justices. It is February, but it sure feels like spring.
We want to get another check of our weather with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. We're nearing 70 today.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that we are looking at some of our warmest temperatures of the year, and this is very atypical for February, but that's been the story for the entire month and really the year. We've been above average. As we head into the afternoon, our temperatures go from the low 60s to the upper 60s. We're talking about highs around 67. Our average for this time of year is 46, so we will be over 20 degrees above that number. Looks like a great afternoon if you're planning on eating outside or maybe going for a walk or run, but you want to do that today. Tomorrow, we do have the warm temperatures, but we also have rain on the way ahead of the next weather maker. I'll let you know the time of the rain and the impacts from that weather maker coming up in my full forecast.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. A boil water advisory hits Baltimore County residents this morning. In our next half hour, the action county officials will be taking this afternoon and what led to this advisory.
Spring-like temperatures are across Baltimore, but other parts of the country are seeing severe winter weather. Still ahead from the Live Center, why the timing may be especially dangerous for millions of Americans. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Coming up on 9/14, the 78th anniversary of the nation's oldest historically black athletic conferences is coming to Baltimore next week. The CIAA basketball tournament has become a must-see event and is uniquely the only sports division to put both male and female teams on the same playing field. Joining us this morning is the first woman to serve as the commissioner for the tournament, Jackie McWilliams, sharing more. And by the way, you're coming up on 10 years this year doing this. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It is an exciting time and a great time for CIAA and all the great work that we're doing and what I've done in 10 years. It's been fun.
Let's talk about that work. What is the primary goal and the purpose for you all?
You know, we are the oldest HBCU conference. We were founded in 1912. What people may not know is that Howard and Morgan and used to be members of our conference. Howard is a founding member. Lincoln University is a founding member. We have 13 member institutions. We'll have 13 starting July 1, but we are in 6 different states, and we are bringing a slew of people to Baltimore to host a tournament with 24 teams and 22 games. We have 13 championships that mean everything to the 14 championships that mean everything to our 3,000 student athletes that we serve annually. So the tournament is our biggest platform and opportunity to really bring our community together and celebrate HBCUs February 21 through the 25th at the CFG Bank Arena. It's exciting.
What can people expect from this event? I know you and I talked in commercial, and you're hoping that the whole city comes out to be part of this.
Yeah, I'm expecting, look, my dream since I got here is that we sell out this building. It's a 10,000 seated arena. It's a brand new arena. I mean, if we sell out, I just feel like it will be the greatest opportunity to showcase what we're really here for, and that's basketball. We have so many things that are going on outside of basketball because there's really something for everything, from fan fest to parties. What I know we do well, we play basketball really great. We eat, we spin. And we're coming to town to have a really good time. And I think people can expect locals and folks that are coming nationally, corporate partners that are coming, to really be able to engage in any way that they want to during the CIAA tournament week.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's talk tickets.
Tickets. We need people to buy tickets. I'll tell you, I heard yesterday we got about 100 books sold, 100 books left. That means that you can buy a book of tickets for the entire week. And once those sell out, then we'll be done. You can come up to the window. You can purchase still online on Ticketmaster. The easiest way to get tickets and all the information you need about our events is CIAAtournament.org. And that's where you can locate all the information, purchase your tickets on Ticketmaster. It is the first year that we've gone digital, so it is new for us, so we appreciate everybody's patience.
Okay.
But I'm excited that we're moving in this direction.
It's just an exciting time for our whole city next week. Congratulations again to you on the 10 years, and we're looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Thanks for covering us. Look forward to seeing you.
Sounds good.
Oh, that's a good time. My husband is very excited and ready for it. Another warming trend is on the way. Temperatures reaching the mid-60s today and tomorrow.
We have our Weather Authority team in studio. We have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's going to have more on the warming trend in her full Weather Authority forecast.
So let's get started with meteorologist Justin Chambers, and he is looking at these spring-like temperatures.
Yeah, and a lot of these temps, guys, are really more April-looking numbers. I mean, even lower 60s yesterday, and then mid to upper 60s both today and tomorrow. Some areas in Maryland could see the 70-degree mark. The reason for it, the red lines you see right there, that's the stream lines, and that's all that warm air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. We call that a southerly flow. Meanwhile, you look at the blue, and that's all the cold air that is plunging into the western part of the country. That's why we've got snowstorms there and the potential for severe weather over parts of the country later today. The good news is we are not tracking severe weather, but we are seeing above average conditions, and that's because we are a full-on La Nina, and that typically means this part of the country, from most of the southern states, even through the mid-Atlantic, under the more above average and warmer conditions that will continue. Seems like, Jasmine, it's going to continue for a while, too. You and I were talking about how things are not looking like it's going to cool down, although there is a little bit of a blip this weekend, right?
That's right. We'll be a little bit closer to average, so we have that nice change coming, making it feel like it should feel in February. But for those who love the warm temperatures, today really is a great day for you. Temperatures already sitting at 51 with mostly cloudy skies over Baltimore, so not bad as you step outside. Temperatures are in the 40s and 50s across the state. Mostly cloudy here. Other areas seeing more sunshine, but we'll start to have those clouds clear as we head into the afternoon. And notice temperatures rise to about 67. That is well above average for this time of year, and we're looking at one of our warmest days of the year so far. So take advantage of the nice weather. We'll stay dry. Not too much happening around the region. A few showers to our south, but we're keeping watch on this next weather maker. That's what's going to lead to rain and also cooler temperatures as we head into the weekend. So notice today we're talking the 60s again tomorrow, but then on Friday we drop to the 40s and we do have the chance for rain. As we head into the afternoon, skies will gradually start to clear, but we stay dry. Then into the day tomorrow, we are looking at the chance for a few showers as we head to about 8, 9 o'clock. If you have a later commute, you will want to keep watch on the radar and maybe add some extra time to your drive. These showers will continue off and on, and at times there could be areas of heavy rain. As we head into the night, a cold front moves over the state, and that's what's going to usher in that cooler air as we head into Friday afternoon. Overall, not too much rain after Thursday and Friday. We stay dry over the weekend and into next week, but you will notice that change in temperatures over the first part of the weekend. 67 for the highs we head into the afternoon. It will be breezy at times as we deal with those winds out of the south, drawing in that warmer air. 66 for the high tomorrow with scattered showers on the way. 49 on Friday. Then on Saturday, we've got plenty of sunshine. Temperatures around 48 and a little closer to average, but then we're back to that warm trend by Sunday. 56, 61 on President's Day. Then on Tuesday, temperatures will be in the upper 50s. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller Traffic Network. We want to take you live to the 695 Outer Loop in Pikesville. No incidents in that area, but we've seen a high volume of cars on the road, causing a little bit of congestion through that area. No major issues there, though. Taking a look now at the JFX. Right now, it's going to take you about 8 minutes to travel from the top of the JFX down to President Street. And a live look from our Len Stoller mobile track. We are checking out the traffic there in the Sparks Glencoe area. This is a line of cars that you see right there. Not too bad. Trying to get onto York Road, though, and that backup is due to the water main break on York Road southbound between Phoenix Road and McCormick Road that we've been following here, and definitely a little slower than what you'd be used to, so keep that in mind. Well, post time is almost here for the Preakness Stakes. Just ahead, how you can try to snag tickets before they go on sale.
And keeping our pets happy is crucial. Look at that. That pet's happy getting rubbed there. But it all starts with their health. Next, the condition you may be causing. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
right, Murray, here we go. We know about fleas and ticks. We know about heartworm medication and the yearly checkups. But something a lot of pet owners don't know a lot about is pancreatitis. We have veterinarian Dr. Kim Hammond from Falls Road Animal Hospital joining us with why this is something we need to be aware of. We've got Murray and Janin here. You're his mom.
Yes.
Thank you for being here with us. What kind of dog is he again, Dr. Hammond?
This is an otter hound, and it's really rare. They're almost extinct, right, Janet?
Wow.
How many are in there in the world right now, or bred here?
Last year there was only 42 bred in the whole world.
In the whole world.
In the whole
Murray.
world.
I knew Murray was special.
Yeah.
You were telling me, though, Murray and all of our pets at home, pancreatitis is something we need to worry about. Dr.
brutal.
Hammond, I'm a dog owner and I haven't
brutal.
heard about this.
Okay, so here's the deal. You know, over Super Bowl, we were eating a lot of wings, right?
Yeah.
And you eat some, you give some to your dog. You eat some, you give some to your dog.
No, Murray
and
wants
you can
some.
actually, you can actually love your dog to death. The fat and the volume is so brutal. Now, here's another interesting thing. You know, you think about a chicken wing. How big do you think this dog's stomach is? Maybe not much bigger than my hand, okay? Chicken wing is a significant amount of fat and grease in that dog's stomach. And then what happens is the pancreas gets inflamed. The pancreas has all these digestive enzymes, and it turns on itself. It starts to eat itself.
So it's the fat and grease that's the danger.
And it's brutal, and you can love your dog to death.
So that could be, you know, any table scraps that you're giving them.
Sure, and Easter's coming up. You know, you're going to eat a little, give some to your dog.
So
that's the worst
how
thing
do
you
we
can
know
do.
if they have an issue? Is there a sign that
There
something's
is a
going
sign.
on?
You know, suddenly a happy dog like this isn't getting up, and it doesn't want to eat, and then it starts throwing up.
Oh, geez.
And the beauty is there's a drug company called Zoetis. They came out with a great new drug now called Panaquel. And in the past, we really had a hard time treating pancreatitis. Now, your veterinarian can do it. But here's what you do at home. If you suspect your dog has a problem from eating too much table food, you cut their food off for 48 hours, essentially.
Okay.
Maybe the first 24
Murray's
hours.
not going to like that.
Well, the first 24 hours you give just a little bit of water and very small amounts of maybe bland food, chicken and rice. And if they are getting better, fantastic. But if not, you call the vet.
This is important. Thank you guys both so much. We appreciate you bringing Murray, too, for all of us
Thanks,
to see and
Jen.
admire. Very cute. Thank you.
Aw, too cute. Oh, listen to that sound. Right around the corner, you can soon buy tickets for the 148th Preakness Weekend. You can place a deposit on Tuesday, February 28th to put your name on the waiting list for tickets, and then the deposit goes towards suites, premium dining, and clubhouse or grandstand tickets. Tickets will actually go on sale to the general public on March 8th, and Preakness is Saturday, May 20th.
Bottled water is being handed out right now for people under a boil water advisory in Baltimore County. Coming up, what you need to know before heading out to pick up your water today, and everything you need to know to keep yourself safe.
An 18-year-old boy accused of killing his 8-year-old brother is in court today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at the charging documents.
9:41. It's So Baltimore. Black history runs through our city.
Many Black American pioneers began their lives right in West Baltimore. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Lily Carroll Jackson Museum learning more about this civil rights leader. Mark.
Again, Dr. Barnes, the professional, the historian, is here, and there's a reason why she's a professional. I said the Hillsborough boys. It's the Scottsboro boys, right? Right, Dr. Barnes?
Absolutely. This is Juanita Jackson Mitchell, Lily Carroll Jackson's daughter. And it's important to know, as we stand in this room, that Baltimore was a leader in the national long civil rights movement, starting in the 1930s, not 50s and 60s. It's a long movement. And a lot of what happened here in Baltimore impacted the nation. This is we call our Clarence Mitchell Jr. room, victories on the national level. Clarence Mitchell worked with presidents of the United States from Roosevelt to Carter. Wow. He was called the 101st Senator, or the Lion in the Lobby. He ushered in major legislation such as the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and the Fair Housing Act, which we all enjoy the benefits of today all across the nation.
You guys have to make time to make it to this amazing facility, not just, again, in February, Black History Month, but any time. Again, shout out to the Mitchell family, shout out to C4, again, Perrin Mitchell. Again, these rooms, this is just one of the many places. It's amazing, the space when you pull up, it's kind of like nondescript, but when you come in here, it's this amazing place with all this space, actually, right? And absolutely. All these photos, historic photos. So again, make time to join us. Again, you can find Dr. Barnes here all the time. Dr. Barnes is everywhere, actually. But thank you so much again for sharing this great information, okay?
Thank you.
All right. And she is a wealth of information. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mark. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Another great way to celebrate Black History Month is through the power and beauty of seeing a play. Joining us live in studio are some performers to share more about the musical Crowns coming to Baltimore Center Stage.
And a warming trend is continuing through Thursday as the rain risk rises. Not today, though. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is tracking when that weather maker will move into the region. 9:44, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:46, a celebratory musical highlights the beauty and the brilliance of the traditional Black church with a refreshing story that centers in just pure joy. Arts-Centric is partnering with Baltimore Center Stage to showcase the musical Crowns. Performers from Arts-Centric, Anitra McKinney and Asia Leger Arnold, are joining us to talk more about the play. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so first of all, talk about Arts-Centric.
So Arts-Centric is a color-conscious organization that features Black art, anything in the artistic realm. It was founded by Morgan alumni. Yes. And in about, I think it was 2010 that they founded this organization and brought it to Baltimore to spread the arts to the masses.
And that's exactly what you all are doing with this play that opens tomorrow at Baltimore Center Stage. Talk about Crowns.
Wow. Crowns is just a story of joy, like you said. It's a story of joy. It's really understanding the difference between happiness being this fleeting emotion that comes and goes, and joy being this everlasting, underlining tone throughout the play. It's told through the lens of Yolanda, a young lady who's sent down to the South to live with her grandmother after losing her brother due to gun violence. And we, her spirits or ancestors, or whatever you want to call us, we just help her down that journey to learn about joy and to find something to celebrate.
And talk about why it's called Crowns.
So it's called Crowns because it celebrates African-American women and church hats. So it is centered and grounded and rooted in the church. And these hats represent heirlooms. They're like passed down like the crystal in China. And so there's a lot of family history that's passed down along the generations through these crowns.
When I look at it, I think about my grandmother because that's what it was, church mother, and she was sharp every Sunday.
Every Sunday,
she had her crowns. Now, for people coming to see the play, they probably shouldn't wear theirs, though.
No, they can.
They can.
Definitely.
Some of them are going to block the people in front of you.
It might. But we do encourage women that do have crowns and wear them well.
Okay, well, listen, you need to get your tickets now so you can get as close to the stage as possible. The show runs tomorrow through when?
March 5th.
March 5th. Plenty of tickets still to get.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies, so good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, trending now, we want to share some of the photos our viewers sent in from Valentine's Day. Cindy sent us a picture of her dog, Bagby. There's Bagby right there, showing some Valentine's Day love right there. Juanita sent us this photo of her granddaughter dressed to impress. Very cute. And then finally, Judy sent us this picture of Toby and Pierre. That's a cat and a bunny right there. And she says, it shows that love knows no boundaries. We would love to see your Valentine's Day photos as well. All you have to do is scan that QR code right there on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, and that's where you can upload your pictures, your videos, and you just might see them on the air. This is all powered by Stackla. Well, Valentine's Day is a day to celebrate couples, but the day after is all about single people. I didn't know this. I didn't either. Apparently today is Singles Awareness Day. I don't know if that means you just point it out, but there's a report. Do they want that pointed out? I don't know. They say this started so single people could enjoy time with their friends rather than think about being single, but I feel like that's what you should do every day of your life. Right, and it just kind of feels like you're calling it out. Hey, you're single. Go. I don't know. It's as we show all these people sitting, alone as they eat. Sometimes all right. That's nice, though, too. If you're single, if you're not single, just get out today. Have some fun. Everybody. It's going to be warm. Yes. Well, the Baltimore Ravens are having fun. They made another off-season move, and they hired the University of Georgia's Todd Monken to be their offensive coordinator. Monken replaces Greg Roman, whose tenure with the Ravens ended after the team averaged just 13.6 points over its final 6 games before then losing in the wild card round to Cincinnati. When you put it that way, you start to understand. Monken arrives after 3 seasons in the same role at Georgia, which last month, by the way, won its 2nd consecutive national championship. Not too shabby. The newest member of the flock does have NFL experience as well, serving as the offensive coordinator for the Cleveland Browns. That was in 2019. Also the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for 3 seasons before that.
All right, welcome.
I know.
Got to put in the work.
When work is over, I think many of us are hoping to get outside today.
Let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got the full Weather Authority forecast. Jasmine?
Thanks. It's going to be a lovely day, perfect for going for a bike ride or really just spending some time outside. And you want to do that today because tomorrow we have the rain on the way. We start off at 51 this morning, though, with mostly cloudy skies over Baltimore. Otherwise, pretty quiet across the state as we see temperatures in the 40s and the 50s. These numbers are slowly starting to rise. By the afternoon, we are looking at the 60s. We're also mostly dry around the Baltimore area. We had a couple of very, very isolated showers, but now we're seeing some areas of rain along parts of the eastern shore. Tomorrow is going to be a better chance for rain as we get ready for our next weather maker. We're tracking this cold front and the warm front that's extending from that. That's all headed our way tomorrow, and it is going to lead to rain. You will want to make sure that you have the rain gear handy. As we head into the afternoon, we stay dry with temperatures reaching the 60s, upper 60s. Then tomorrow, we start the day with areas of rain for the morning. This is around 8, 9 o'clock. There could be areas of rain that are heavy at times, so you want to make sure that you have the rain gear and you're keeping track of the radar. This continues off and on as we head into the afternoon and evening. Then overnight, the cold front follows. That's what's going to bring in much cooler temperatures for Friday, so make sure again that you're keeping watch on the radar and adding some time to your commute. 67 for the high today, 66 tomorrow, and then we're in the 40s on Friday and Saturday. After that, we're back to the 50s and the 60s. Coming up, I'll have a look at how warm it gets after that in the 10-day forecast. You're taking a look over the harbor right now. It's a pretty nice day so far. Temperatures are in the 50s. They're heading to the upper 60s this afternoon. It will be a little breezy at times, but enjoy the nice and dry weather. Tomorrow we have rain, 40s over Friday and Saturday, then 50s
we have
and
the
60s
ceremony.
next week.
Yeah,
it's more important than weather.
It's the passing of the, what do we even call it? Is it a trophy?
The Super Bowl trophy.
It's the pigskin prediction trophy. It goes from Tom to Megan because Megan won this year.
It's basically gone back and forth between the two of us since we started.
Right. Justin and I.
Congratulations.
We're chopped liver.
It's a proud moment, guys. Thank you.
Speech.
It's beautiful.
Speech.
No words to describe
I
the pride.
fixed it. It's not